nickel-sized hell and the damaging winds. We rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever see. With a nickel-sized hell and the damaging wind. We rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hell and the damaging wind. Nickel-sized hell and the damaging winds. We rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever see. With a nickel-sized hell and the damaging wind. We rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hell and the damaging wind.
I swear by the next time we do Chad Dukes versus the world, we'll have a big energetic intro. So it's not just timer quietly dovetailing into big red face. I promise you, there were circumstances that I could not account for over the past month that led up to me not having a goddamn intro for Chad Dukes versus the world. But my goodness gracious, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. It is the third episode of the return of CDVTW. Let's get in the chat. Let's get everything set up. Let's hit the like button. You craven Philistines. Hit the like button. All right, who's in the chat? Who am I putting this in charge of? All right, Clamp, you had to sit here and be generous, so you unfortunately just bought yourself some fucking work detail. 10 gifted memberships from Spider Clamp. Please to be looking in the bio. There is a link. You click the join link. You turn on accept gifted membership. You become a member of the Chad Duke Show for free, courtesy of very generous people like Spider Clamp. But Clamp, here is the fucking goal. 200 likes or I'm shutting this thing off after the first hour. 200 likes or it's fucking game over. And there's only 186 people watching right now, Clam. So you got an uphill battle for yourself. We got a big show planned for you today, friendo. CDVTW is back in a big way. If I was Grant Danny, I would just be like, what is that up my ass? Is that a giant vibrating pulse? Oh my God, it's Shoot! He's taking dozens of our listeners. Vital Power has become a YouTube member. Thank you, Vital Power. Greatly appreciate you. We do accept super chats. Josh Rook is backstage. Josh, I want 50 gifted memberships during this show or it's it. That's over. I'm fucking firing everybody. We already have 10, so we need 40 more. Please keep track of that. I know that your life is very simple right now. Look at this. People are just already being all sorts of generous. Thank you so much, Emmy, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate you being here right at the top of CDBTW. I've got a very special guest at the top of the hour. Very special guest indeed. It is easier to book that Luigi motherfucker that shot the CEO. It's easier to book a reason for the drones in New Jersey. These are topical things. Topical, so you can tell I'm still on my game. I still fucking read the headlines. I'm not like Monk. I'm not like Ant-Man. I'm not like the rest of these the clowns. Mark Borger with 20 gifted memberships. What in the shit? All right. This changes things. Thank you, Mark Borger, for the 20 gifted memberships. Where is my dude? Where is he? I haven't seen him in... When's the last time I saw this cat? If I told you that my next guest has another fucking international vacation booked, would you need another clue as to who it is?
Oh, you heard about that. Hey, Shoot.
I think I was complaining about you in the Super Secret supporter chat, and I was like, being poor, trying to establish yourself in a career hits different in 2024 than it did when I was trying to do it back in the early 2000s. But you know, I'm happy for you, Tor. This isn't the player haters ball. I'm excited that you get to traverse the world. How are you?
Doing good. Doing it not on my own dime. This is a family trip, so I got bullied into it like I always do. I'm just such a pussy and a rollover. And now I'm going to Puerto Rico for a week, or Costa Rica for a week.
Yeah, it's not Puerto Rico. We just make sure you understand these are two different places that you're going. Ludmilla, are you coming here? I've got a houseboat that you can rent for very cheap. Very, very cheap. Holy shit. Well, it's good to see you. It is difficult to run you down these days. You seem to be, how much can you tell people about what it is that's occupying your time right now?
Well, I'll give them a hint. When that United Healthcare CEO went down in New York, I was literally a block away at the same exact time getting off of my subway stop, and I did not get to see the gentleman committing the act. And I had no clue, and I was just whistling Dixie right past.
I have no clue. There's a scene in the Addams Family when Raul Julia throws a sword at Tully, his accountant, and he goes, missed. And I wish I had that clip to play right now because you were that close to that gentleman. Holy shit, Tori, you're gonna have to take a back seat for this. God damn. That is 50 Chad Dukes Show memberships. Okay, that takes care of all of the prognostications we needed. All right, it's been a great show. Thank you so much for tuning in, Tor. I'll see you on the football show when you get back from Coast. Wow, thank you, Bobby Double L. Turn on your gifted membership accepting bit. Turn that shit on. Bobby Double L just blew the roof off this motherfucker early on. You live in Jersey now, right, Tor?
I do, yes.
You seeing the fucking plane drones that everyone is claiming are drones, and every time I see a video of them, they look like planes, and then every government institution is saying they have no idea, nor are they that worried about the fact that there's thousands of drones buzzing over New Jersey?
I've been looking up for them. I want to see one. I want to get my eyes on them, but they're mostly in the suburbs. It seems like this. As interested as I am to just kind of look at the big whirring metallic beasts above me, I have it as like a nothing story because it's so, to me, it's so obviously military training. It's so obviously CIA stuff, and I think they're just scouting out, maybe how to survey over urban areas
Very urban where you live. Very
with
urban.
with new technology. I don't think that this one is a alien. I don't think it's the foreign drone.
You don't think it's an Iranian mothership that's parked itself off the coast? Because that's another thing I've heard.
Yeah, I think it's just some military stuff, and that is not juicy for people. But I don't think these drones are really what everyone's excited to make them out to be.
Well, I don't know what they are, but here's the problem I have. You know how Elon says that the people are the media now? Like if you have an X account, then you're the media and legacy media is dead. And I'm not a fan of legacy media, but take a look at this tweet here. Okay. This is time-lapse footage of the night sky 12. What does this say? 12:09 24 capturing the drones flying over New Jersey, right? And then you scroll down and there it is. Readers added context to the video on this post. This footage is not from New Jersey. It was taken in Wisconsin by YouTuber Scanner Guy 1968. Now, the community notes are here for us, but if you just type into X drone footage or New Jersey drone swarm or whatever, I would say 60% of the shit that comes up has community notes telling you this is bullshit. And then I've got Eric Nagel, who I love, but he's just taking videos of airplanes and claiming like there's so much boobery that goes along with the boobs being the media now. I don't know. I don't know if this is what we signed up for when we wanted to tear down the legacy media.
I think eager photographer Eric Nagel was very excited to maybe try to fix a legacy of vague photographs with another vague video. What do we do in Iraq?
He's so vague. I mean, I love Iraq to death, but if you're known as vague guy, like how do you do it again, Tor? How do you post? I mean, this is just an airplane taking off from LaGuardia, right? This is from Iraq's Twitter, by the way.
I just, there's some parts of the O&A show that I'm like, okay, they probably couldn't do that now. I could see them just having issues with the modern. I would just pay so much to have this segment, 40 minutes. Just please sign me up for 40 minutes of them discussing Iraq's drone footage, and then I'm set for a year. It's all I would need. God, I just love this.
This is an airplane fucking landing. Like, what else would this be?
They're so obviously like human, and it's not something that I could never imagine with the drones. Like if anything, yeah, they look like a small plane. It doesn't look anything menacing. It's just a UFO is not going to roll down here and look like this. It's not. It's going to look like something we haven't seen before. I have to imagine.
I know that, but I am also simultaneously irritated with the various government institutions that put people up in front of the, whoever it is, the congressional committee, the House of Representatives, and say, now we got no idea what the fuck it is. It's like you found the footage of homie that was shooting a tour, missed, hit a CEO. He's eating a McRib. You find that in 10 seconds, but you don't know, like let's scramble our own shit. Do we have shit to scramble? It's on the coast. Like, what if that was just enemy opposition? Like we are incapable. Like whales have had sonar for a long time. We've had radar for a long time, Tor. So it's an irritating story to me, but I tell you what makes it all worthwhile is Bobby Double L gifting 50 Chad Duke Show memberships. You're way too generous, my friend. Aaron Kenny got my shirt. Oh, Tor, if you don't mind, let me stand on some business. Is Sean Salisbury?
Oh, okay.
Does it make you? It still makes you uncomfortable whenever I speak, as if I'm a young man, does it not?
It doesn't get easier.
I get it. My dad said my dad, he sent me a question the other day, and he asked me who the Rizzler is.
Oh, no.
And I said, Dad, where did you hear about that? And he told me that he saw it on some website, and the guy was doing something on a wrestling show. And I was like, this is the stuff that I need you not to care about, old man. Like, you need to go into the grave never knowing who the Rizzler is. Your dad's younger than mine. Do you have to put up with any of that shit yet? It's kind of a doddering thing.
He doesn't know the Rizzler, but if you're big on the Rizzler and that crew, then you're in the Dirt to Dirt Hall of Fame. Like that's a resume. That's a big resume bullet point of you just being in a big time Dirt to Dirt.
I gotta say,
not getting enough of those three.
Who's the dad in the group?
Is that Big AJ?
Don't act like you don't know.
It's either AJ or Justice. I'm yeah.
He is the Hall of Fame Dirt to Dirt. If anybody wants to know what Dirt to Dirt is, watch that dad from that Costco video. He is the fucking leader in the clubhouse. So here is what is available today and today only. And Tor, you've been gone from the Chad Duke Show for a while, so I don't think you're familiar with the Heavy Riders.
Oh.
But if you are, this is our official 2024 Holiday Hootenanny t-shirt. It is only available during this broadcast today, so it is available from 2 to 6 p.m. There's 369 of you in this room. If we sell 60 of these shirts, I will do another episode of Chad Dukes versus the World. If we don't, I won't, because quite frankly, I have enough stress in my life. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, and the link is also in the description of this YouTube video. So if you would like one, grab it. Bustles is shipping these out immediately, so you will have it before Christmas. So that's why we wanted to get it up now. It is the official Chad Duke Show shirt, Christmas shirt for 2024, featuring the Heavy Riders, and maybe the biggest lie ever told on the Chad Duke Show, the Phantom Orange Dumpster, which again, Tor, I don't miss you a lot, but sometimes I'm like, wow, I really wish Tor was here for this so he could grab Anthony by his fat jowls and try to force him out that little window in the studio, Pooh Bear-like. Because it is a doozy. So hit the link at the top of the chat or go to the link in the bio and description of this vid. Pick up your shirt. Thank you.
I like the idea of Biker Sean skateboarding, but I was hoping that it was going to transition to Anthony buying a motorcycle and then saving us all a lot of energy by, a wide turn eventually when he tries to follow suit with his own moped.
I got to say, they busted out their skateboards after we were done taping the Wednesday episode, and they were both fucking skateboarding around the upper deck of the parking garage attached to my studio, where you and I have pissed many times together, crossing the streams. What Tor and I like to do is I like to be Darth Maul, and he likes to be Ewan McGregor, and then we fucking sword fight up there as we're pissing with erect penises after every episode. We don't do that anymore, but yeah, they were skating around, man. Like, for two enormously fat, obese persons, they were better.
Come on, what is Sean? Is Sean sliding,
bro? You.
Yes.
How about this, Tor? If you got on a scale and he got on the scale, I think you'd be the winner by far at this point. I've never seen that guy way more than he does right now. It is fucking ridiculous. No. You can also scan the QR code on the screen if you want to pick up the shirt as well. Jesus Christ. John Rage back with a vengeance. 20 Chad Duke Show gifted memberships. Thank you so much, John. We got 4 hours to go, people. Pace yourself. All right. I have a lot I want to ask you about. Are you still, with your new gig, do you still do the college football show that you do?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you do it on a regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you about, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago when all the flag planting took place?
That was 2 weeks ago, rivalry weekend.
Okay. Were you embarrassed by that, or did you think that was fun and let the boys play and they're all charged up? I think Baker Mayfield said something to the effect of, like, it's just a good rivalry, camaraderie. How did you feel about all that?
I mean, the whole narrative of if you want to fight, you should do it, within the 60 minutes. Like, that's become such a default. And there were so many flag plantings that weekend.
It was weird.
That had so many fights attached to it that I kind of was like, all right, well, this is obviously is starting to become more of a touchy subject with college players, and it should be a touchy subject. It's immensely disrespectful for a visiting team to do that. But if you lose at home, I like the theater. I do. I'm not going to say I'm above thinking that, oh, wow, look at them. They are rubbing it in. is not great sportsmanship, but it is making a rivalry mean something, which matters to me in an age where it feels like it's so AAU ball. It's the opposite of what jersey swaps are, which I like jersey swaps, but they get out of hand where everyone's just lovey-dovey after the game. I like teams that don't like each other. I think that's when football's at its best and teams play at their best. But I think that a lot of the fallout from it has been terribly embarrassing.
Yeah, I want to get to that. I my 2 cents. I don't like storming the court, and I don't like this because people, when they get into large groups and they start having those old school lizard brain pheromones kick in where it's tribalism and you're invading my space, nothing good ever happens from it. It's the same way we discussed, Tor, when an athlete is out at a club 2:30 in the morning, the Brandon Banks scenario, he gets stabbed. Did he do anything wrong? Well, what are you doing out there at 2:30 in the morning? Well, he's a grown-ass man. He can enjoy it. Sure, he can. Sure, he's an American. He's allowed to be out at the club. But should he be with as much as he has to lose? And in these scenarios where, okay, we're going to storm the field and we are going to tear down the goalposts, everybody's in love with that. And I hate it. And I think you're just asking for disaster. You're asking for someone. It's a numbers game. Like, it's analytics. Someone's going to get killed. Someone's going to get fucking maimed. Someone's going to get hurt. And those are just stupid kids that can't bench press a Mack truck and have quads the size of Honda Civics. And, a loss, especially a loss at home to a rival. Ohio State has got to be in their feelings right now. I mean, especially this year to that Michigan team. Like, they had to bear mace those motherfuckers. So I'm not for it, but whatever the overreaction is, and I think you probably know where I'm going here, where the governments are going to get involved now, where, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make this into some sort of a law, or we're going to put some sort of code on the books. An Ohio lawmaker wants to make it a felony to plant a flag in the center of Ohio Stadium. Of course, this comes after the Ohio State-Michigan brawl. Both of them got fined $100,000 apiece, which of course is nothing. This is some bitch-made shit. And if I'm Ohio and I'm like, Buckeyes, I mean, there's probably, you would know better than I, but 5 places on earth that college football means as much or more than where we're talking here. I don't want it. I'm finding this guy and I'm being like, what the fuck are you? No, get this out. Oh, I don't want to see this headline. I don't want our state name, our university name represent any way, shape, or form with this. This is, especially when you're talking about football, which is the most aggro sport there is, this is an embarrassing turn of events. I actually thought it was an Onion article. I had to look it up. I thought it was Babylon Bee or something. Yeah,
this guy's a total boob. I know that it won't get passed or even really considered until 2025, and effectively the college football season is going to be over. I think he's just trying to get some brownie points, but this is so embarrassing for a college football program. And I compare it back to, it was either last year or 2 years ago. It was likely 2 years ago. Tennessee stormed the field after beating Alabama, and they tore their own goalposts down, and they were getting a fine. But up in the bigwigs booth, the Tennessee president was chuckling it up. He said, "Fine, we'll buy some more. It's all right." And that won over the fan base, and the fans are like all the way back in, and there's not a bunch of anger and disgruntlement or anything. It feels like everyone's on the same page where, hey, we are about playing football and winning football games by any means, opposed to having people in your state deciding that we are going to have to put kid gloves on any team coming into this stadium, which is just really, really unfortunate when you're about to play football, the most anti-kid glove sport that there is.
Are they going to ban you from bringing to the flag girls, the color guard, whatever they call that, to that? Because here's what's going to happen, Tor, and this is House Bill 700 would prohibit planting a flagpole and flag in the center of Ohio Stadium football field on the day of college football game to name this act the Ohio Sportsmanship Act. I'm for sportsmanship. I don't like this, but this is fucking embarrassing. And I hate to go back to you said the cliche, like, do your fighting on the field. If you don't want T.O. to dance, then keep T.O. out of the end zone. Do you know how legendary a football player would immediately become if they did it anyway? If they went out there with a flag, planted it, and then they're getting led off the field in handcuffs. Can you imagine in Ann Arbor, the fucking party, the GoFundMe for the
Oh,
bail of that
oh
mother.
my
Can you
God.
imagine that
Yeah.
story?
It would be immense. It would all it would take was that to happen, and then the NIL program is surging not from that player's home fans, but every college fan in America that thinks that this rule is BS. They are going to chip in and decide and let their wallet speak for them, and that kid is going to be a absolute hero for doing it. It just opens up a huge can of worms where we either need to acknowledge that college football is this batshit entity that nobody can really wrangle. It's a bull that you can get a lasso on a leg, but you're going to get dragged for a while. We either acknowledge that or we go full Monty bureaucracy over regulation, which I don't think anybody wants, but they're in such a weird puberty stage of how to handle it. And they have been for like the last 5 years of not knowing exactly what brand they want to be. And they want to keep on getting more professional, but they don't realize college football fans, the general college football fan likes it because it's kind of untamed. It's madness. They're not the professionals. They're kids that make crazy mistakes. And I don't think college football knows exactly what their product is.
If you know, the first person that should come out against this towards Ryan Day is coming, because what this feels like to me is you get punched at school and mom comes back up there, with a rolled up magazine, says which one of them did it to you, and then she starts swatting the bully. It's like, no. It is my job to protect this field, and I haven't done it however many times. I think it's 4 times in a row that I haven't done it. Please, no legislation to stop this from happening. And also, if I'm the players, like, if you want to protect that middle of the, I forgot which player it was screaming, they're not going to do that again, and they're dragging him off the field. It's like, well, then you protect the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Then you go out there after the loss and you stand there and you have it be this face off. Like, the last thing in the world I would want to do if I'm a member of that organization is get do you remember when, this is an old O&A reference, but Master Poe, their security guard, he kept sending emails off to like upper management.
Yeah.
And they kept saying to him, Poe, we handle things in-house. Don't get the managers involved, because that's when people get written up and that's when people get fired. And like, that's exactly what this situation feels like to me.
I'm glad you went to radio with it, because I don't know if many people know this, but when I was in college and out of college, I was trying to become an intern at radio stations. I was trying to get in the door, and interns don't happen anymore in radio because people's moms came in and made a big stink and companies got sued. So they said, all right, well, no more interns, no more fun bits, no more trying to break kids into this industry. We are just we're going to outlaw it, and your resume better be good enough when you're 22 and have no experience. So a couple people made a big fuss, and then these companies folded, and now there's no traditional internship. When I was at Rhode Island, my internship was, okay, I can press play on the audition to record the show, but it's not much more. You can't really work. You can't do any work that the general producer would need to do. And you're just kind of watching and seeing how the machine worked. Whereas traditionally you are in the mix and you're getting prepared and it's getting treated like a job. So you have some experience to fall back on when you graduate.
Interning was the most valuable experience I've ever had in my life. Like, I mean, and doing things like I took Jason Bishop's car to get his oil changed. And I tell you, that was valuable in that, at the time, it meant a lot to me. Like, I get to drive Lurch's car to the Jiffy Lube or wherever it was. They had a sponsorship deal and get this done. But then when I was a talent, when I was on the air, like, I remember, it's like if you're a waiter, you treat waiters better if you've worked as a waiter. And if you work as an intern, first of all, you're learning all this marketable shit. You're meeting people inside of the industry, and you have a much better shot at getting hired at a radio station if you didn't. And the motherfuckers that brought that whole institution down were the ones that were suing because they didn't want to go get coffee for the executive producer of the radio show they're working on. And it's like, okay, motherfucker, but now, because you haven't just quit, when I talk about what happened in San Francisco last night, but instead of doing this the right way and saying, I'm uncomfortable with this, I'm not going to go, don't dress, don't go out on the field, don't tell the coach, you've escalated this thing now you've ruined it. Your carbon footprint will pollute everybody else that's trying to break it into this business now for the remainder of its existence, as it turned out.
Yeah. So that's what I think, that if we keep on trying to add dumb rules to college sports, then it's just going to destroy the product. That seems a little doomsday-ish, but it doesn't help. It does not keep eyes on, it doesn't make stories, it doesn't grow the product to keep on trying to overregulate and overreach and even propose this stuff, because eventually someone might actually take the proposal and run with it. Like this, I don't think it gets passed, but why give it the opportunity unless you just want to get your name out there and try to say, oh, I'm standing up for Ohio as I'm an Ohio person, an Ohio legislator. So I think it was just an attention grab, and I'm hoping that's all it was.
Edard Smielkowski, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you to everybody that's super chatting in here today. We do take super chats. If you would like to contribute to the conversation, or you have a question, comment, or query, you can just send one of the $2 joints. We'll get it up on the screen for you. Jeffrey Schools, $4.99. Thank you. Oh my God, Tor stumbled on a genius. Ant-Man and Biker Sean recreating the 70s obese twins on mopeds photo. I don't think I'm familiar with that photo. Are you familiar with that photo, Gigantor?
If he's referring to the two fattest twins to ride motorcycles, I'm aware of those two gentlemen. I had a big fascination with them as a kid.
Is that who you were referring to when you're making your comparison there to the heavy riders?
No, I just wanted Ant-Man to go down in a wreck. That's all.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Well, I found photos of the gentleman. All right. So let me just say this. This is a little inappropriate for Jeff Schools, who I'm not going to attack him personally, but I believe he's a man of larger carriage as well. And we got to do a better job of protecting our own Tor. I'm going to say that right now, and it starts with me. So this is what Jeff is referring to. And again, I think that the guys that we're talking about are morbidly obese and hopefully close to death, but I don't think, this is fucking ridiculous. Tor, these are the McGuire twins, Benny and Billy, 814 pounds and 784 pounds. Guinness Book of World Records, the most widely recognized photograph of them on motorcycles for a Honda. Look at this. So what Jeffrey is saying is that this looks like Ant-Man and Biker Sean. Is this what you're going for, Tor?
Look, if I'm being too harsh, just let it be known. Those jackets rule. Those
pants rule. I can't believe you can get your eyes locked off of the bunt with the fucking Argyle pants. What is that?
Oh God.
Okay, so they were mentioned on Family Guy, on The Simpsons. Oh, here they are. The McCrary, the world's largest twins.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If I'm being too harsh, let it be known to Anthony and Biker Sean or Skater Sean. I've fully slipped again. It is.
Oh, really?
Oh, beers after beers, eating awful. It's definitely coming back on in a big way.
Thank God, because you were getting pretty lean and mean when you first got up to Joyzy, from what I saw, at least on the broadcast.
Yeah. Whatever that motivation I had was maybe a month and a half long, and then I said, "All right, this is enough work. I will." I'm good for 6 weeks of real hard work a year, and then I will let my body just destroy my body.
Yeah, I'm not even good for that at this point. I walked the dog today, and I was walking around feeling all satisfied with myself about the fact that I left the house. All right, I did want to bring this up with you since it's the biggest story of the week, but you said something before when we were talking about the Ohio State story about the umbrage going on in college athletics right now, and I really don't know. Like, if Nick Saban left specifically because of name, image, likeness and the transfer portal, I don't know, but it seemed like it was a contributing factor. It really seems like the wild, wild west. And Sal's was on the football show and he's like, well, can I cut a guy? Is there a salary cap? Like, we don't have some basic rules here. They're pros now. They're getting paid, but we don't have all the structure the NFL has. Like, how do I interpret this? Are you shocked then that arguably the greatest head coach of all time has decided this is the year that he wants to get involved with college athletics, with, of course, Bill Belichick taking the job to be the head guy at the University of North Carolina? Because it would seem to me that he's pretty plugged in, Tor. And the second he was done coaching, he didn't make a lot of mistakes when it came to taking gigs and how his image would be perceived. And his game plan was pretty spot on. It would not surprise me if that motherfucker has got inside information about something that's going to happen in the very near future. I heard Ron Rivera talking about this on Dan Patrick, where there are these billionaires that are mulling over getting involved in college athletics and really just forming it into a pipeline to the NFL, like a minor league system. It wouldn't surprise me if he's got some sort of insider knowledge of what's going to happen in the next couple of years that made him even more convinced that now was the time for him to do this.
Yeah, this whole situation, it just has so many layers for me because I wanted to I guess I wanted to see Bill Belichick beat Shula and get 15 more wins and lock it in. And I thought he wanted to do it also just for that competitive spirit against Brady, maybe shut down a narrative, go to a good team, get another ring, and then have his true statement of saying, oh, well, he wasn't the only one. So maybe we open this debate back up, whether it's Belichick or Brady. I guess he moved past it and decided that college would be easier. And maybe it is, because I don't think he's going to be a coach doing a bunch of home visits. I think he's going to get very good recruits because he's Bill Belichick, and people are going to be coming to him opposed to all these other teams in the ACC whose coaches are just feverishly recruiting and trying to get locked down a 3-star coming out of Connecticut, and they're all banging on the door. But that guy would rather, if we have a guarantee of this guy's going to prep us for the NFL better than anybody else, yeah, why wouldn't I go to UNC, learn from this guy? So I can see that aspect of it. And I think he's getting $10 million a year at UNC. And if he does, I'm sure they'll find a way to layer in more money. He might do a coach's show where he's getting $1 million.
Did you see he's keeping all of his McAfee stuff? Like, he's keeping all of his media shit. And also, like, it's a really strange contract where up until the season, like, they'd have to pay him his full salary. But once the season clicks over, it's like a $1 million buyout. So in essence, it almost feels like a 1-year experiment. And then if he turns it around, like where Deion Sanders is right now, right? Like, and I understand there's the unknown, and would he come with his son? And now we have a franchise quarterback, and would Travis Hunter somehow be a part of that? Like, I get that. But what if Bill Belichick in 2 years turns around UNC? There's going to be a shitload of coaching vacancies. We're going to be able to spit up that fucking image of him. It'll be a little bit further removed from Mac Jones and, the failure without Brady at his final moments there in New England. He could still go back and beat that record. He's fucking a 24-year-old. He's got a full fucking media schedule. Like, that guy's energy is Pete Carroll energy. He's just not running around like a dope with abs up to his neck. But the fact that people are saying his age has something to do with it, does it seem like it was difficult for him to write up a 400-page dissertation on why he wanted the UNC job? I don't think that's going to be, if he does well in UNC, I think he's going to be able to go back to the NFL and still have a shot at breaking that record. He
might have known that there isn't going to be, I don't think he wants to coach a disaster in the NFL. I don't think he wants to have that. He doesn't want to be Matt Ryan on the Colts. He wants to stay as Bill Belichick. And if I go somewhere else, it's got to be legit. And I'm proud of him for not going to dumpster fire Atlanta and taking any of these bad jobs.
Or Dallas.
Yeah, go. It would have been super exciting for Dallas, but you know what? This might be good. And maybe he wants to go live down in beautiful Chapel Hill, North Carolina for a couple years. I don't know if there's a better place to go and coach football. If I'm looking at every single option, it's just tucked in. I like that it's ACC and he's not going to some big SEC program. He's just going to be chilling, coaching football, getting guys ready for the pros. So that aspect I like. The kid, when I coach here, it needs to be ingrained that my kid steps in and follows my footsteps. All right, you're kind of handcuffed if you're North Carolina because you have an opportunity to have Bill Belichick as a coach. We'll deal with that when we get there. And for the age, I've heard people this week saying, coaches, you can't do it after you're 80. And maybe for the most part, I would agree. But Bill Belichick has seemed so sharp and so plugged in through it all since he stopped coaching, and even in the last couple of years in New England, where I think that he's just one of these guys that can just keep it going. He doesn't seem like he's lost a step when he's talking about the game. I think people still have the utmost respect for him. If I was young recruit gigantor, maybe I got a shot. Yeah, I'm not going to go in there thinking I'm this is beneath me. I'm going to transfer out. I got Bill Belichick coaching me. I'm going to try to soak it in.
Is it Dave Doeren, who's the head coach of NC State?
Yeah.
81 victories, highest total in school history, second longest tenure in the ACC, sixth longest in the FBS. He's got at NC State to at least 8 wins in 6 of the last 7 seasons with 4 9-win campaigns in that time. Pretty impressive, right? Can you imagine if you're a 17-year-old kid, 18-year-old kid, and they're like, son, Dave Doran's on the phone, and also Bill Belichick's on the phone. Like, people, I want to act like the fact that he's not going to get on a plane and go visit a recruit, that doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's going to hit different. Who's got a wider, coaching tree? He's got players everywhere, coaches everywhere. They're not going to send their kids to Bill Belichick. He's not going to have a chance to bring, Judge or McDaniels or all these guys that he's going to work with. He's not going to bring some of them to UNC. Like, I think it's ridiculous. Anybody that's shitting on this just doesn't like Bill Belichick, because it's such a unique spot in the history of sport. And in 5, 10, 15 years, we look back and say, this is crazy as shit, because it's not Butch Davis, going back to UNC, right? It's not even Pete Carroll or any of the guys that have done this before, where they go back and forth and find success. This is a guy that has more rings than anybody. I also love this tour. I love you don't want to hire me? Oh, okay. I'm not going to have a shot at the Bears job. Fuck off. I'm not showing up. I'm not taking your Zoom meetings. I got something else working over here, and I'm going to go pour my energy into that. There's a part of me that likes it, him sticking it to these arrogant GMs and owners that just don't want to give up power to him, which you're going to have to when he comes to town. So I love everything about what he's doing right now, including fucking somebody that's of age that can be executed for a crime. The people on NFL Twitter that are pretending like they're offended that Bill Belichick has a young, hot girlfriend, get fucked. Every dude on earth would do it in our 70s if we could.
I was so certain that was not the video of him on that front step with his shirt off, scratching his chest, obviously after getting some morning poon. I was certain that wasn't him. I was yelling. I was yelling in bars. No, that's Bill Belichick. He's just above that. And it's him, and I like him more because it is him somehow. I am just in. I don't know.
I love everything he's doing right now.
There's just he used to be a guy that maybe this is just growing up and maybe and respecting a lifetime winner, because that's what he seems to be. He's just someone that's comfortable with his exact role in this football, this game of football, and knows wherever I go, people need to start respecting what I do. And if the NFL isn't going to do that, North Carolina, who has been very disappointing the last 3 years, they are going to have to. So I like that, because I think if he believes he still has more to give to the game, I'm happy to see that. I will take that, because there's a lot of stupid young coaches that don't know what the hell they're doing right now. I want more of Belichick.
And they're getting younger at the head coaching position, as everyone on earth has made that joke over the past couple of days as well. Andy and Petra Schoner, 1999 super chat. Thank you so much. Cheers to the best radio show not on the radio. Yes, unfortunately, that is the case, but there are 606 of you watching over X, Facebook, and YouTube. And you know what that means? Hit the like button, because Clamp is telling me we only have 160 likes, and unless we have 200 likes by the end of the first hour, I'm shutting it the fuck down, because honestly, it's Friday night. I got shit to do. I want to go back and watch that game from last night again. It was so goddamn entertaining. I want to go back and experience it. 174 likes, Clamp. Clamp, it's on you. Now, Clamp, here's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to ban you from the stream and shut the show down if we don't get to 200 likes. I love you. I don't want to do it, but I will. Tor, I went out to a bar to watch that game last night. I started Cooper Kupp last night. The people, it was less than a week ago, right? What was it? 5 days, 4 days, where we watched the Rams and the Bills, which is everything I love about football. It's offensive fireworks. It's Josh Allen putting an entire city on his shoulders and storming back. And I picked the fucking Rams at the beginning of this season to win that division and to go to the NFC Championship game, so they're making me look good. And there's something to be said from McVay beating Shanahan, going into San Francisco. It's raining. You're still trying to get right. And also, hey, they got Bosa back. They got some of their guys back. It's not like they were completely depleted. But as far as just, I watch football for entertainment, maybe one of the worst experiences sitting in a bar watching a game that I've ever had, watching those two waterheads hump a doorknob last night.
That game is a dangerous game because if you're in a bar, or if you're drinking at home, you're going to have to double up the amount that you're drinking just for it to be entertaining. Because if you're committing to drinking and watching football, you're hoping that eventually you can lean into it and just have a nice time. But if the game sucks and it's slow and it's a punt fest, that means that I'm going to have to make some fun for myself. And I'm now popping 2 High Life tops at the same time, pouring it into a plastic cup. And I guess we're gonna try to make something out of it. I like rain games. I like the weather, but these two teams were just slopping it up in a really boring way when the Rams have contributed to 2 of the most fun games the NFL has seen since 2018.
It reminded me of that Color Rush game, and I went back and I watched a little bit of that. The 2018. You're talking about the Chiefs and did that open the season up? Was that week 1? Did that happen? The Chiefs and the Rams?
I don't know if that was a Monday night game.
I think it was week 1 Monday night, and the Rams were wearing those crazy yellow uniforms. Oh. And I was a crazy ass redneck Patriots watching that fucking game with like a big group of people, and I'm like. This is what the next 10 years is going to be like, is these two teams. And then we watched this game last night. Look, it's going to happen where you get a snoozer like this, but for Los Angeles to be 8-6 and then closing out the Niners, I don't know what the Niners are going to do to her. I mean, before we get to they're having a player quit on the field, a veteran that's, respected and I think was second on the team in tackles. Like, that's the big story. I get that. And Coach G's actually coming on second hour. I'm going to ask him about that because the Ravens had a player do this bit this year as well. And it's kind of slightly different. It's being covered differently. And I think it's because of when he did the bit. But the Trent Williams gaffe where they show the wrong guy on the field, the Deebo Samuels thing, there's a million tweets and memes out there about how happy Deebo Samuel is that Devondre Campbell is a maniac and walked off the field. But you pay Deebo all that money. He's terrible. He's a running back. He creates no separation. And then you're obviously forcing the ball to him to try to keep him happy now that Brandon Ayuk is not in the picture. And then he's got an opportunity to single-handedly win the game, and the ball hits him in the hands. And the fact that that's all being obfuscated now because of all the drama about a player quitting is wild. And yeah, their window's closed. I don't think that it matters if they get healthy and have another whack at it next year. If they give Brock Purdy $60 million, their window's closed. There's no way around it.
They need to have some balls and franchise tag him. I need to see him he hasn't done enough for the big contract. And if they're smart, they'll look around. They will take a look around and see who got paid and determine, is Brock Purdy better than this guy? For sure. And that includes Trevor Lawrence. That includes Tua for sure. If Brock Purdy isn't head and shoulders better than these guys, you're getting tagged, buddy, because we can't draft the guy this year. No. The prospects aren't good enough, unfortunately. And I don't know if there's a guy that I would put behind Purdy to let him learn and really mature and evolve. I think you got to wait another year just because that market's not going to be there. And the free agent market for the quarterbacks is still looking a little slim. So you have to wait a year. I'm not paying him the big bucks. I'm tagging him like an old school dickhead. You didn't earn it, son. You did not.
An old school dickhead.
I just don't know why you put me onto it. It's actually saying, why are we paying these guys just because they play quarterback? If they're not good enough, then they're not good enough. And these GMs or these front offices, they get in love with the idea of a quarterback more than the actual performance of the 100%. Quarterback. And you just know when you have one and you know when you don't. And when it gets that gray area, the idea supersedes what you've actually seen on the field. You're never going to make it in this league now without that guy taking the snap.
Think about the reason why these quarterbacks are getting paid the money they are, Tori, is because, Jacksonville gave their quarterback this much money. The New Orleans Saints gave Derek Carr this much money. The Arizona Cardinals gave Kyler Murray. And look, Kyler's played well at times this year, but They're not worth that much. Joe Burrow is worth the money. They're watching the same shit we are. And the argument their agents are making is, well, this is the market. Yeah, dumbasses are establishing the market, and I'm not a dumbass. So if I can give Sam Darnold a Baker Mayfield deal, instead of giving Brock Purdy $55 million, yes, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do what Dallas did. Dallas is run by buffoons. Their ply and stock and trade is buffoonery. What they do has nothing, holds no sway over what we do here. And the 49ers are some fucking pussies. Like, Trent Williams put a gun in their back at the beginning of this season. They capitulated. Brandon Ayuk, gun in the back, and they capitulated. And what happens when these players hold out? They're not ready to go for the duration of it. And it's just like, okay. Rodney Harrison was on with Mike Florio today saying these players are taking advantage of what a good guy Kyle Shanahan is, and now he's a family kumbaya guy, and I want my guys getting paid out in the field, and they know they can get him, and so they get him. And he thinks that's why the 49ers window has closed, and I don't know. He might be right.
It takes balls to say, I think, especially from a former player associated with the Shield. That's awesome. These front offices, it feels like instead of making the right decision, they're trying to make the decision that makes the most people happy, and that hurts your team. I mean, the Patriots for years let guys walk that were fan favorites or had a good year, and now they started asking for money, and they said, "Oh, well, you want this kind of money? All right, someone else will pay you that kind of money because we trust our staff to be able to find another guy like you." And these teams, like I don't know why everyone has to keep on trying to top a contract. The market is different for every player, but for some reason the agents are saying no. The market has shifted, not for your dude.
Right.
Your dude hasn't done it. The Trevor Lawrence got paid this much money, so they made a bad call. They suck. They're awful this year. They have 2 wins. We are not a 2-win team. We don't want to be. So maybe we should do something differently. But I think these guys, they just say they can just fall back. It's almost like coaches talking about analytics or using analytics to justify some of their decisions. They could just say the market to justify the decision and then think that ownership and all these other people are just going to just ride with it because we don't all do that job.
Let's go ahead and say thank you to Michael Slider for the $4.99 super chat. We do accept super chats on this show. According to Next Gen Stats, Kupp ran 4.69 miles worth of routes to go 0 for 3. Insane stat. Horrible game. Yeah, nobody is going to sit here and play the defensive struggles or entertaining card. The fucking Steelers versus Ravens, Titans versus Ravens from the early 2000s where we pretended like those were fun games to watch. No, they weren't. That was a goddamn abomination last night. Although I will say, Tor, if there is a list of teams where I'm like, if I am the Lions, I'm looking at the Rams right now and saying, please keep winning Seattle. Please win that division. Let's try to come up with a way where they don't even make the playoffs. And if they do, let's have somebody else get first crack at them. I don't want to play Baker. I don't want to play Darnold. I'm not Darnold. I don't want to play McVay and fucking that team. They got a young defense. They got playmakers at both wide receiver positions. They got good running backs, and Stafford's a killer. Stafford can win a Super Bowl. Like, there's of the Broncos. I don't want to see Sean Payton. Like, get me the 1 seed, get me a bye, and let somebody else tangle with these weird ass teams. This is going to be a much better playoff field, I think, this year than last season was.
I'm really excited for it, mostly because the AFC already has like 6 teams out of contention, and we're going into week 15. So that means we are separating, and there's 3 teams that are like in the hunt, and they're all bad. So the teams that are in the playoff right now, or the playoffs, are going to be the most entertaining teams. I would hate to play the Rams. They don't have Aaron Donald this year, but they drafted 2 rookies that are doing everything that Aaron Donald was doing, I think, in numbers, like Jared Verse and Brandon Fiskey. They can't stop talking about them because they keep on making plays. I would hate to play the Rams. God, no, because that means they're likely going to be a better coach team than I am with a better game plan going in. And I just got to hope that my guys have the talent to beat them. And we might not, because if that offense is clicking and Kyron Williams, who I thought was going to be a 1-year wonder, he keeps on running the ball like he is, we're going to be in for a long day.
Going to go ahead and say thank you to Dam Van Dam for the $22 super chat. Love CDVTW plus my fat tax. Yes, if you're over 240 pounds and you haven't sent in your $2.99 yet, you owe a fat tax for watching this show. So super chat that over immediately, please. It's $2.99. Thank you, Dan Van Dam, for sending us your fat tax. All right. There's a couple of things I want to get to. First of all, Clamp says we're 3 likes away. Again, if we don't hit 200 likes by the end of the first hour, we're shutting the show down. Tor, do you know where I was last evening?
Oh, last evening.
Excuse me, 2 evenings ago.
Oh, 2 evenings ago.
Last evening, I was watching that horrific fucking football game.
Where would Shude be on a Wednesday?
Where would he be? Wednesday night. Can I give you a hint?
That would help, yes.
It was in the District of Columbia.
Oh, God.
You know, I don't usually like to venture in there.
Oh, were you possibly getting a Christmas dinner at Philomena?
That is a fantastic guess. I have not been to Philomena yet this Christmas. It's very, very difficult to get in, but I'd like to certainly, but I was not. I was, if you can believe it, here.
What?
I was this is where I was at the Warner Theater on Wednesday night tour, prime time. The Nutcracker was performing at the Warner Theater by I believe the Washington Ballet Company. I saw that kiss. There's the Betsy Ross flag that I saw. For those of you that have never been, I highly recommend it. I think it's there through December 29th, but haven't been out to the ballet in a while, Tor, and it was I won't blame the fact that it was a gift for my wife for Christmas. She wanted to go see it, and I hired a town car, and
oh, wow.
That's right. I put on a nice sweater, and they picked us up and drove us in. I don't miss driving down Constitution Avenue at all, which I had to do in rush hour again. But we arrived. It was a much different crowd than I thought. You would have done well to be at the Nutcracker, young man, the night that I was there.
Were the seats ample? Because if
No.
not, I would not have done well. No, because when I was at Wicked with my family, I wasn't sitting in one of those chairs with armrest. I was sitting in an usher chair, a nice seater where I pulled it, and we were at the top row because I think my mom had a bad knee at the time, so we had kind of like a special injury row, I guess. So I wasn't sitting in some foundational seat. I pulled his chair over and was basically sitting in the aisle. Like
I would kill to have a picture of that. Why is there no documentation of that? I sat in this chair. I don't know how old the Warner Theater is. Maybe somebody in the chat can look it up. It was built for a time where we were in better shape as a nation. And I sat in this thing, and my wife sits very comfortably next to me. And I'm like, oh my, not only is it so tight, but my pants immediately go down underneath my butt crack. Like I feel them.
Oh, God.
And the back is not as high in these chairs as like, nice big comfy movie theater chair. So yeah. I know there is no way for me to stand up without at least part of my asshole being on display for everybody. I thought of you immediately. I sat in this thing and I said, well, I don't even mean it in a cruel way, Tor. I said, what do they do when Tor comes to the Warner Theater? There's no place for him to sit. He can't sit in this chair.
No, so I've had 3. Yeah. So Fenway Park, my worst for a wide-hipped individual. I don't know why they think everyone in Fenway is a goddamn model. They're not. I've seen you Boston people, and I went there and I couldn't sit in a seat, and I had to go to the very top in right field to where there was just a flat bench and steel seats up there. There was one theater in DC. It might have been the Warner Theater. It might have been it was Constitution Hall, and that was an absolute nightmare. I was watching Chris D'Elia perform. Ugh, I don't know. I got roped into that. And then those were awful seats, just absolutely just pinching like scissors on your sides. So DC, all these construction that's going on. Take every chair out that you have in any auditorium and just have the amount of chairs you have. Extend the seats, make them bigger. People need them.
This was a horse of a different color, but here's where I'll put it over big. First of all, big beers. 24 ounce
Oh yeah.
pounders like you're at a fucking Nationals game. I had no idea. Secondly, they fucking keep it moving. It's like first act, intermission, and there's none of this. Everybody's a fucking sunflower. Don't touch the goddamn butterfly's wings. We don't know what she's going through. We're starting the second act. You better be in your seat. I felt so sorry for these hoes that came out to the ballet tour. First of all, like A-list, like top tier hoe ass, as Mike from Don't Sleep would say, like supermodels, all taking selfies. And there was this little VIP area with wait service, and I think that's where all the rich people were, and they all had their model girlfriends. And I'm like, some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. But the thing about these hoes is the bathroom, like it's every nightmare scenario that a woman has, but they're all dressed up and they only have 10 minutes to piss. So the line was wrapping around the entire theater. And the dudes, of course, we're just going in, pissing in the sink, pissing on the floor. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
My wife needs to piss. And like, I know the Nutcracker. Maybe that'll be the name of the episode. So I know when it's winding down, like after the Mouse King and the Nutcracker fight, and like I say to my wife, I'm like, you got to go right fucking now. You've got to get up to go piss right now, or you're never going to be able to piss. She's like, I can't get up. They're still balleting. And I'm like, go right now. And she got in there. And by the time she got out, she's like, holy shit, there's 75 women that they're never going to make it. I'm like, of course they're not. She was back with 2 fucking drinks for us. Like, by the time these ladies were just, lining up, it was wild, man. I highly recommend the Nutcracker. Even though there's a lot of dancing, and there was a lot of ballet, but it was a beautiful time. And also, it felt refreshing to me. It was just people on a stage doing stuff, in this age of AI and fucking, I got to wear a visor and I'm plugged in and, all the beautiful graphics on my PS5. It's like, it's just people doing things on a stage and keeping me entertained with the set moving up and down. I just found it very refreshing, to be honest with you.
I'm such a dumb, bright color, cartoon minded brain rot.
Thank you for finally admitting it. I appreciate that.
But when I saw an actual play, people are on the stage and they're doing the acting and they're singing, and I'm like, oh, this is great. And then I saw, when I was at Kennedy Center, I saw that they had an actual orchestra that was doing the score live. It floored me, because I'm like, this is impressive. This takes it from soundtrack that we have backing the singers to, no, this is a whole production. And I grew to really appreciate that entire experience for what it was, that so many people had their hands in. And I don't care about Wicked. I never have. This media tour, I don't know if you've been tracking it. It's been all over my feed.
It's the worst. I wish those two would just fucking get it over with.
I would pay. And then it looks like the most gray movie I've ever seen. Every backdrop looks like the opening scene in Iron Man, where they're in the desert testing out the rockets. But I saw that play and I was like, wow, I at least understand why somebody would really enjoy going to these as much as they could.
We should start a theater podcast, Fruity Dukes and Fruity Tour. We'll call it Treading the Boards. I think we'd kill. I think we'd murder in that scene. I would review the ballet. I do the ballet beat, and then you do the Fruity musical, and we'll kill. The big Cro-Magnon, like meat-eating fat boy, fucking monster people, abusers.
Do you know how angry people would be with me if I was just walking into Broadway solo?
I'd get out of there. I mean, you ain't sitting next to me.
I would just be sitting there, just taking up so much space, and all these poor NYU kids and old ladies would just be livid, thinking, I don't know what I would do. I probably wouldn't be able to go sober, so I'd be a big drunk asshole.
Well, they had pounders. If we go to the Warner Theater, we'll be good. Julian Tax, fat tax for Julian Dove, $2.99. Thank you, brother. Zach Winland paying his fat tax, $2.99. If you're above 240 and you haven't paid your fat tax, you risk getting thrown out of this stream. Matt Lawson, of course, $2.99 fat tax. Thank you, Matt. And he's on the upward trend, if you know what I mean. Hank R, $5 fat tax plus cheers. We'll call that my fat tax, Hank. Thank you so much, brother. And then the Iron Ball Sack has finally weighed in tour. It's a show. Iron Ball Sack, CDV, TW for life. And he did it the NWO way. So thank you, Iron Ball Sack. We're at 213 likes. Hit the like button, you cowards. All right, you got to go.
Yeah, I do. I just have one quick message, though, to a presenting sponsor, Money Monk. Hey, Monk, if I come back with a big marlin and I have to hear about your petty Atlantic Ocean cobia anymore, we're gonna have some words. Because if I get a big horsey, I'm getting a picture of it, and
A big
I'll send it to you also. Don't worry, pal.
I got a new nickname for Tor. Next time he comes on the show, he's nothing but the big hossy. All right, buddy. Thank you very much. I appreciate you jumping on.
Of course, shoot.
There he is, radio's Gigantor. I like that haircut on him. Usually I'm very critical of his coffee cake hair. Oh, look at this. I'm just have all my producers are joining me on the show today. Of course, he's not my producer anymore. He hosts his own show up in Baltimore. Coach G, dear boy, Glenn Clark is with us. Hello, Glenn.
Hey there, boy. I just wanted to wish a Merry Christmas to the Iron Ball Sack. It's an honor.
Look, man, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through this show if I don't have the endorsement of the Iron Ball Sack. And when he finally came through, you think is that Cal Ripken's scrotum, the Iron Ball Sack?
It should be. We should all treat it in such a way. We could only be so lucky to run into that Iron Ball Sack.
Oh, man. Does he still own the Aberdeen Ironbirds, dear boy?
Actually, I don't know if he's involved because now he's part of the ownership group of the Baltimore Orioles, which, of course, is the most important day that has ever occurred in the history of the city of Baltimore. We actually closed the schools when Cal Ripken became part of the ownership group. By the way, this is why Cal Ripken could not be nicer to me. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I did this charity raffle. He sent me like personally autographed items that I can include in the charity raffle. This is I'm losing it. Every time I talk to Cal Ripken, I'm like privately just like, if you knew how much
he knows. I mean, do you think if you're in radio, you've gotten your face spit all over by drunks before, if you ever broadcast live from anywhere, even if it's a base level tier like me or like you, can you imagine the grown men that have gone up to Cal Ripken and needlessly just hosed him down with things they can't tell their fathers about how much that he means? Can you, especially in Baltimore, as fucking cultist as you people are? I mean, he's never known a moment's peace.
It's all we've ever had, and I do everything in my power every time I talk to him to not like my 7th birthday was the day that he broke Lou Gehrig's. Not my 7th, my 12th birthday. So I was in 7th grade. Was the day that he broke Lou Gehrig's record. I think about it every day of my life. It means that much to me, and it takes everything in me to just not fall all over myself in those moments.
Fawn is what you meant to say. You fucking heathen.
All right, you know what, man? It's
Aberdeen heathen.
I'm 40. It's not changing.
All right, are you 40? Jesus Christ! Now I don't feel old when I get old. I feel old when you get old. The official Chad Duke Show Christmas T-shirt is available. If we don't sell 60 of them during the broadcast today, we're never doing another Chad Dukes versus the World ever again. I'm petulant and vindictive. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Also, you can scan the QR code on the screen or go into the description, pick it up. There is also the official ornament for Christmas for the Chad Duke Show is there as well. Buy both, or it's your ass. Link at the top of the bio. Oh, look at this. My buddy Blackout Bruce is here. Upgraded seats at the Warner table front balcony because a giant. Yep, that's what happens. I was just regaling the audience of a story, Coach G, Glenn Clark. That
I heard you're a big ballet guy.
I'm not, but I'm not going to sit here and lie and play the macho bullshit. Like, I really enjoyed myself, and I thought it was a great production. But I'm sitting in these chairs, and I'm like, this is for a time when this nation was less fat. And if my ex-producer, my young Padawan, Sean Kelly Anderson, Gigantor, sat next to me, just the BTUs of heat from his oozing between the two of us would have made the whole situation untenable.
I know you're a big Christmas guy, but what is the limit to that? Like, you were in for the Nutcracker. I think you've said before that you've gone to like Trans-Siberian Orchestra, but you weren't into it.
That's a cult. Like they sneak you into that thing because everybody loves that Christmas in Sarajevo song. Right. It's 10 and Winter Wizard. Like, they've got some smashes, but bro, it's a lot of weird dudes singing weird songs with weird. Have you ever been to it?
I have gone twice. I did it twice. I enjoyed it, and then I felt a little bit of what you're talking about. Like the first time, I think I was so just like taken in by the sounds and the lights and the whole thing. You're just like, wow, this is great. I'll go back every Christmas. That was the thought that I had, is I will make this part of what I do every year. And then the second time I went, and I felt a little bit like, isn't it the exact same show that I saw last Christmas?
Yeah.
And I think I'm good. I think I've seen it, and I can move on with my life and do other things. But like, I'm probably not a Chad Dukes on the scale of 1 to 10, but I'm pretty close to my Christmas stuff. Like, I've done, you'll make fun of this. Right. I've done Mariah Carey. I've done.
That might be where the line is, my friend.
Yeah, I figured that was probably going to be the case. I was going to guess that you
Yeah.
probably weren't going to sign up.
Let me sing
one.
about that line in the sand. That for me would be going to see Mariah Carey in any way, shape, or form. But I hate either. Like there is some weird shit that I would go see under the guise of selling. Like I would go see. I've seen a Christmas. You know what the Christmas revels are?
No, tell me.
Look that up. That's next level. I've seen a Christmas Carol live. I love going to shit this time of year. So did you take a girl at least?
Oh yeah, obviously, okay. 100%. But let's be honest, she was less into it than I was. So,
well, thank you for the.
I'm not going to pretend to be somebody I'm not.
I pulled this up. I want to ask you about the Ravens, dear boy. I want to ask you about Devondre Campbell and what that means.
Can we talk about crying at Army Navy games? Can we do that?
I want that too. I bought the Army helmet. I've already pre-ordered the game-used Army helmets from this year, which is dope. Navy always just does the most unbelievable uniforms for that game. But I saw this and I thought of you. I know you're a big wrestling fan. You don't have to be a wrestling fan to care about this next segment. It's more about pop culture. But Triple H went on this podcast that I never heard of, and I'm not hating on these guys, but like when one of these people that I would like to talk to is constantly going on a podcast to millennials that I've never fucking heard of, it just really hurts my soul. And I saw this headline where he believes the current era of the WWE is bigger than the Attitude Era, right? And my response, as you can see here on the screen, is this is preposterous. I'm sure they're raking in cash right now, but every third person at Springfield Mall was wearing an Austin 316 or DX shirt during the Attitude Era. Wrestling was as mainstream as it ever was or has been. But then I realized, Glenn, that I'm doing what everybody does, and that is I'm not listening to the actual segment. I'm going off the headline, right? So I had my buddy Kevin Smith, our Kevin Smith, not that Kevin Smith, pull what Triple H actually said on this podcast
as well. The amount of
and I wanted us to react as two people that have kind of been around this thing our whole lives. First of all, I'm sure these guys are really famous and have way more of an audience than I am, but it just looks like three bro dogs sitting around somehow. Triple H is on their fucking show. It drives me nuts.
Are they basketball players or something? There's like there's a pennant there. I don't know what that is.
I don't know, but I didn't even bother looking up the show because I don't want to see how many millions of subscribers they have and just get depressed. This is called the Roommates Show. This is the quote that they were talking about that Hunter said.
Really interesting as well. The amount of people that right now we're like sort of in this resurgence of WWE. And
would you agree with that?
Yes, 1,000%. There's a resurgence at the moment. Yes.
Okay, but in the same breath, I would agree. The fact that they were able to do 3 nights of SummerSlam with an NXT pin to it, but it's still Monday Night Raw, like 1.5 million people watching.
Okay, right? That part is true. I agree with that. But all right.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
And I was obviously a huge part of the Attitude Era, but like right now, it's bigger than it's ever been. I think it's bigger than the Attitude Era was. Even then,
So he does say it, right? Like this isn't taken out of context. Now, I watched before this, and he's talking a lot. Like, remember the Tout era where they were talking about Tout and all their fucking their social media? They're way into impressions on Instagram, impressions on TikTok, their YouTube channel, and I think that he's a little swept up in all of that. And equating that to actual people sitting down and actively watching the product, right?
Right. I think where you're going is there's fewer wrestling fans. There's fewer people that are engaged overall that have to watch week in and week out, but more people who have a passing, perhaps, interest might be the point.
Okay, so there's a lot of wiggle room here, but for Triple H to say that it's bigger now than in the Attitude Era, yes, he's Triple H and he could be doing a work here, but that still carries a lot of weight because he was part of the Attitude Era. Yeah,
amazing the amount of people like on a weekly basis that we get to do cool stuff with, like when you came out, or Tyrese came out, or I was just a week ago with Travis Scott making an announcement for him doing some stuff with us.
Like Travis Scott is famous, but I mean, in the Attitude, is that Mike Tyson versus Stone Cold Steve Austin destroys all of this,
No.
right?
By the way, I just realized it's Jalen Brunson of the New York
Oh,
Knicks
okay.
who's hosting this podcast.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah, who played at Villanova. It all just clicked. I don't know who the other people are, but I know one of them is Jalen Brunson of the New York
Is the
Knicks.
basketball season going on right now?
It is the big, and I can't believe you're not on the NBA Cup. That's happening this week, and I'm.
I don't even know what that is. I know that LeBron is fucking hiding because of all the Diddy shit. At least that's what people are saying.
There's gonna be a lot of people going into hiding in a minute.
Holy shit!
Okay, so I'm actually fascinated by this, right?
Okay.
Because I wonder which is better for business. Because I am selling myself on the idea that what he's saying is there are more people that have an awareness of WWE that are like sort of interested. Hey, if you called me, I'll show up there because I think you have a brand and I think that you have value, and I'll do that. And to him, that's a valuable thing. And is the trade-off that you have less hardcore professional wrestling fans that are watching every week, that are nerding out and marking out, and we can say the part like it's less fat or dumb guys. Like let's qualify basically everybody. It's less of them and more average people that aren't into it. That, to your point, wouldn't buy an Austin 316 shirt, but like, hey, I know what WrestleMania is. I'm aware of it, and that's good for branding. And if you put something on the internet with Dominic Mysterio making out with a girl, I'll look at that on Twitter. I genuinely, I'm in a place, dude, where I don't know what's better anymore. Like I was like you, I was into radio. I wanted to listen to a 4-hour show.
Right.
Nobody wants to do that anymore.
No.
Like they want to watch 30 seconds of something and then move on to the next thing. So it might be that they say that's better in 2024.
I would have swore to God I would never have agreed with that, but I don't think I've ever listened to a full episode of the Joe Rogan podcast. I've
Okay.
watched, this is Quentin Tarantino talking about Inglourious Bastards. I'm like,
Right.
oh, let me listen to that 7 minutes. That sounds great. There's two things. One is cross promotion. Like we figured that riddle out. Like people realize that if I want to grow my podcast, I've got to go on other people's podcasts and have an audience. And brands have figured that out. Where it's like, oh, we're Coca-Cola. We've collabed with Oreo. Now we're putting out this line of merch, and we've got a Coca-Cola flavored Oreo and an Oreo flavored Coke. Like nothing has ever been bigger.
That's true.
But so I don't
He
know that
would probably say, do you think that they were able to do that at the same level? Like, remember, there was still pushback from like, this is our parent. Katie Fick. I don't want to be involved with that. There were companies and brands that would not touch the
I
WWE,
agree.
whereas he's now saying, well, we can do that in 2024. There's no brand that won't touch the WWE in 2024.
They remind me of UFOs. They remind me of UAPs, where there used to be a stigma if you were really into that you're a weirdo and there's something wrong with you. And I feel like there still is a little bit of wrestling, but not nearly as much as there was.
You would be that way if like you told somebody I watch every show every Monday, they'd be like, all right, dude, you're a weirdo, right? But if you just say I'm a WWE fan, normally what you get back is, oh yes, so am I, right? Like
Right.
That's typically the way that it works. I don't know which is better. I don't have that answer. I couldn't tell you if it's better to have a group of people that are hardcore, I'm into everything, I watch every week, I'm living and dying by it, or the people that just show up and say, I'll watch WrestleMania, I'll watch when you're on NBC on a Saturday night, I'll tune in for that, like they're going to be this week. I genuinely have no idea which is the better part.
I don't know how you can say we get 1.5 to 2 million viewers at most watching our flagship show when during the Monday Night Wars, you're getting 6, 7, 8 million people. And they can't control that TNA or AEW is not what WCW was, I guess. But I just think that part of it makes it difficult to swallow. But again, I haven't even let him finish fucking talking here.
Making an announcement for him doing some stuff with us. We just did some stuff with Jelly Roll.
Enough with the Jelly Roll.
Bad Bunny doing stuff with us. It's just crazy the amount of like people as we go out there. Vanessa Hudgens was at a show the other night, and like I got a celebrity list a mile long for people that want to do something for WrestleMania in April in Vegas at Allegiant Stadium, and because we just don't have the real estate to do it with them, so we'll pick the biggest ones and the ones that make sense storyline wise for us, and we'll do it with them. But it's incredible the amount of people that just want to be involved. So
here's the thing, Glenn, I know politically we don't align, but I think it's interesting that a part of one of his main arguments is celebrities like us. Well, we just went through an election where clearly every single celebrity on earth was on one side and they got soundly pronounced. And like, I'm not even saying that's part of this, but what I'm saying is celebrities liking your product really is not a good indicator that the product is actually healthier. It might be the opposite because they're so insulated in their own static warp bubble. The part that I can't really qualify or quantify with you is what is 54 million impressions on Roman Reigns stopping CM Punk from walking out of the
Mhm.
Are those wrestling fans? Like, are you selling advertising? Like, they're really, really excited about the fact that, like, on TikTok, Punk bursting through Reigns is like that got all these. Okay, but what does that mean for your fucking bottom
It's a
line?
great question. And that's why I say I don't know the answer anymore, right? Because to them, they might say, we've done the math. It's better for us to have 54 million impressions of people that watch something for 30 seconds. That is better for business. That these brands want to say, what are you getting on your YouTube videos? And even if those people don't watch, that's what we're looking for. We don't care anymore. And your point about the ratings not being what they once were, there's no doubt. Now, what besides Monday Night Football still gets ratings, right? Like it's
Right.
Monday Night Football, Fox News programming, and that's
Yellowstone gets 9
that's
million
true.
viewers.
That's true.
man.
That's a good point, right? That's
Yeah.
a good point. But it's rare, right? Like there's
Sure.
not a lot of things. Like I do still think that in that world on cable television, getting 1.5 million viewers is enough. Nobody's watching AEW right now, and they just signed an insane media contract with Turner again. Like, and there's
That's a great point.
The ratings are awful, but it's just, can you do something that's live that gives us a chance of getting anyone to watch something live in the moment? We'll take whatever number that is, and so they're willing to give you a boatload of money for it.
I remember, and I don't think this is doxing them now. This was years ago, but when the Junkies signed with it was Comcast Sportsnet then. What is it, Masson now? I don't even know what it is.
The Monumental.
It's something.
There you go. All right.
I was told that the entire day got a 0-0 for
Sure.
that whole lineup, right? All those people that we had on the show, all those writers, all those shows, and that the Junkies got a 0.1. And because of that, everyone was over the fucking moon because they showed up
A
in the
number.
ratings. And so I realized that I don't know how television works. It works differently than
right,
fucking radio. So that's a big part of it. You're right. It's a culture shift. I think here's where he's deluding himself. I go back to the example I gave, and I'll throw. Do you remember how many NWO shirts you would
it
just
was
walk
everywhere.
around and see?
Everywhere. I nobody knew what they were. They were still wearing those shirts.
Well, they wouldn't even be allowed to call it the NWO now because it would be too. They had to change the Captain America name from New World Order because they thought that was too many political, aspersions. The Austin 316, the DX, that rock shirt with the bull on it. I mean, this was every second.
Yep.
14-year-old, let's go lower, 8-year-old to 25-year-old walking around. I don't see any Cody Rhodes shirts. I don't see any CM Punk shirts. These are the biggest names in the fucking world. You made in Baltimore, but me just walking around the Nutcracker at the Warner Theater, I didn't see one wrestling shirt while I was there.
So here's the best comparison I could give you. All of my 9-year-olds friends know who Cody Rhodes are. Like, they all are into, like, all of my 9-year-olds friends.
I love
talk
Cody
about
Rhodes.
how they like Cody Rhodes, right? Like, oh, that's right. You're old friends, right? Like, you're old buddies.
We were. I don't think I could get him to return my DMs now, but
Well,
yes, we were close at one point.
Well, he's doing well. You're
Dude,
talking to Glenn Clark on the internet on a Friday.
Let me just give you a fucking side story. At one point in my life, I was texting Cody Rhodes, Luke Harper, and Bray Wyatt about forming an online faction called the Backwoods, where we were going to be like, fuck, because it was after they'd already left like that cult thing. And I was like, hey man, we could do like a deliverance bit here. And we were never going to do it, but they would return texts in that moment about that. That was probably where
yeah, right. That was as good as life was ever going to be.
Should have hung it up then.
Just call at the end. Dude, he's objectively wrong, right? Like, it's not bigger, but he might have an argument to make about knowing how business works. So I am lost in this. I am lost in the value of TikTok. I am lost in I don't know how to get the people that only want to pay 30 seconds of attention. I like something different. And so what I do is different. And I deal with that when I look at numbers and say, Jesus Christ, people don't want that anymore. I don't know what to do with it. It's not for me. He might have something to say about it, but to objectively say that this is bigger than the Attitude Era, for Christ's sakes. I mean, like, the Attitude Era was a cultural moment.
It's sobering to think about it in the terms that you're saying, but what I don't like to do, Glenn, is I don't like to get caught up in that. I feel like I'm getting to a certain age now where I'm like, it's very easy to say these kids fucking suck. They've been sitting in front of. Well, and I know every generation has gone through this, but here's where here's where ours is different, brother. The phones.
Yep, it is. Yep.
I played with toys until I was 12 years old, and I was outside in the woods and riding my bikes and getting fucked up, and that is gone. I mean, riding your bike to rent a video on Friday night and then sneaking over to McDonald's, even though you know you're going to ruin your dinner, like having that Halloween, man. I don't see one group of kids come around my fucking house that doesn't have a car following them. And where I think that we're right about shit's changed and it ain't as good as that. It's like that many experiences.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about this before, that like what you would really miss is like living in a world where like, you know, we could just exist and hang out, where we could sit around with like buddies and just like shoot the S. And that was a thing that we enjoyed doing, like genuinely. We could hang out after a radio show in an office together.
It's what I enjoy the most. That's what I enjoy doing the most.
But no one would do that. Like if you suggested that to someone in their 20s right now, like, no, we're going to finish working for the day and then we're just going to hang out. Like they would lose their minds. They would not be physically capable of handling that. They would melt down within 30 minutes, whereas it sounds incredible to us because it was like all of our favorite moments that we ever had in our lives. I don't disagree with you about that. Like that part is significantly different.
The part that dies with people your age and up to my age now that I'm 46 is there's a thing that I do where if I'm hanging out with a bunch of boys and I look up and everybody's on their phone, I'm like, get off your fucking phones. Like, what are we doing? We're hanging out. Young people don't do that. They sit there and they will sit at a bar side by side, both of them staring at a phone while a fucking game is going on, talking about their bets and their fantasy football team. Like I don't hear anyone under the age of 40 talking football. They're talking about their football and how it affects their life. So if we're talking about this with the WWE, that is going to drastically change the way people watch football forever, as less and less people as we get older are watching it for the actual football game.
Well, this is a real thing. God, this is going to end up being nerdy. I didn't know this is what we're doing, right? This is a real thing. Like, I don't know, you're not, well, I know you're baseball Dukes. I do understand
of course.
And I've always respected baseball Dukes. I know you care a great deal.
Juan Soto looks very fat in his Mets uniform. That's my hot take.
It is a hot take. So, there's this thing. I don't know if you've heard about this. Have you heard about the golden at bat rule?
I love it because everyone like you and Bill Rowland are fucking furious.
We hate it, right? So I get it. Obviously, you're gonna hate it, but you understand this is for the TikTok generation, right? Like this is what they're gonna do is say, hey, if a shortstop that hits 198 is supposed to come up to the plate, no, instead get someone better. Who cares what the rules of the sport are? Let the dads hit. Let them come in and hit against the 12-year-old pitcher instead of having to have a 12-year-old hit in that moment. And it's insane. It's badass. It literally is antithetical to the concept of the sport, but they're doing it because they want to create a TikTok moment because they can't get anyone of a certain age to watch a 3-hour baseball game. You would say they can't get anyone of any age to watch a 3-hour baseball game.
Well, look, I don't know. It's not for me, but clearly people are. Here's what you should be the most embarrassed by.
Yeah.
The Savannah Bananas.
Oh my God. They're coming to Baltimore for 2 games next summer. And
bro,
people are prepared to.
The Nationals can't sell out the stadium when the Yankees come to town.
Right.
But when the Savannah Bananas come to town, it's $300 a ticket and it's standing room only. Like if you're baseball and you're looking at your buildings and saying, what the fuck? How are they selling out our buildings and we can't sell out our buildings? How could you not be influenced?
And that's where they are. They're at the point where what do we have to do for the TikTok people? What do we need to do for the people that baseball doesn't work for them? It's the dessert before dinner people. Like, right. I don't want to eat vegetables. I just want to eat ice cream. Give me ice cream. And I know I oh my God, I sound like my grandfather when I say these things.
But it doesn't mean it's not true.
Right. It is true. It's 100% true. Baseball wants to change the rules of the sport to appease people that will only watch 30 seconds of something. So we've got to give them a better 30 seconds. And if we promise that Shohei Ohtani can come back up to the plate in the next inning after he was already up in the last inning, then we think we got a better chance of those people sticking around and watching a baseball game.
But I saw this when the Costco guys were on AEW, and I was one of the traditional melting down. This is bullshit. You're stealing this segment from actual wrestlers. But if that segment does 500,000 more views live than anything else on your show, then what do you want these motherfuckers to do? You want them to go down with the ship? You're asking them to go down with the ship is what you're asking these entities to do.
It sucks, man. This is just the way it's going to be. And again, to your point, our parents hate something about what we hate, right? Or what we love, right? There's something that we love that they say when Jackass came out,
hip-hop.
They were embarrassed by it.
Sure.
We think like the joy that we had. You and I went. So which Jackass did we go see together in the theaters?
I think two.
And we high-fived each other the entire time.
It was fun.
It was wonderful. But our parents looked at that and said, this is heinously embarrassing. And the same way that we look at these things, we're saying this is heinously embarrassing. These kids are saying we're having a great time. Why are you mad at who is it? Jake Paul pretending to be a boxer? Why does that make you mad? It's fun. We dig it. Why are you bothered by it? So
I
what?
think, but that's the difference between Guitar Hero and Guitar. Like, I don't necessarily have a problem with Guitar Hero, but I have a problem if you're never going to learn to play guitar and you think that playing Guitar Hero is the same thing. And that's what Jake Paul, the boxing is like,
Right.
There's no substance. And if you are a fan of that thing, if boxing is important to you,
Oh, it sucks. Right.
is it putting? But I always said it. Do you remember when the UFC was first, becoming a thing? And if you wanted to go out and watch a pay-per-view, all the bro dogs with the Affliction shirts would show up and drink their Smirnoff Ices and punch each other silly. And I always would say this on the air. It's like, well, you're hoping those assholes learn the sport and become better fans. Like, that's the goal. I just don't know how many of them do. I don't know how many of the people that are just scrolling on their phones stop and say, oh, this is Braun Breaker. Wow, he's big and strong.
Right.
Maybe I'll watch a full episode.
Yeah, Carmelo Hayes. Yeah, sure. I get exactly what you're saying.
Coach G, Glenn Clark joins me. Glenn Clark Radio on X, of course, 105.7 and Press Box Online from Baltimore, dare boy. Real quick, in the next hour, Glenn, I'm having Bill Rowland, Loud Goat. I think.
Can you ask if he still hates me, Roland?
He doesn't hate you. I asked him last time you asked me to ask him that.
I love Bill. I've always, even when
everybody loves Bill.
Yeah, I love Bill. He's great.
No one loves Bill as much as Blue Shorts, but everybody loves Bill.
What's that about?
I don't know. Well, it's fairly obvious.
Okay. All right.
You have a Don and Mike. You were at 1300 when Don and Mike was on, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you have any Don and Mike stuff? Because we're going to do a full hour of old Don and Mike shit coming up in just about half an hour on the show. Anything you want brought up?
I got unreasonably horny when they would do like the naked trivia. Like they would do like strip trivia. I was so
that's outrageous
and sad. I got so unreasonabably horny like with that.
Can you stop saying that?
I'm sorry. I know. Yeah, on here, this is where I'm not allowed to say
I don't like
really.
the H word.
All right, what do you want it steamed up?
Randy.
Steamed up, whatever you want to. Randy. That's
you wanted to give your fist a good rogering. That's what you wanted to do.
Get boned up. Why I got so outraged. It was uncomfortable.
That was before Tube Galore, man. That's when that shit. And also, it was radio. It wasn't this shit that we're doing here where everybody can see how ugly I am.
Oh, you had no idea. You had no idea. These could be the hags. It didn't matter, right? Like they sounded hot. It sounded like everybody was having a good time. I treated myself.
I was listening to some Don and Mike on YouTube before the show to get ready for it. And you forget the cadence, you forget the flow, like radio. We've immediately, like time goes by so quick. So we now have almost a decade of people doing this shit. And it's just 4 people with no training that are famous for something else sitting around bro dogging it down. And like, yeah, there's value to that. I'm not trying to disparage it, but it's not broadcasters and the flow of a radio show. And so just listening to it,
how much
was very different.
How much would you mark? And I know that you guys ended up briefly being in like a bit of a tussle with Don and Mike at one point where they would not go to break in the first hour of the show when Don would just keep telling, hey, Don, go to break, F off. Like oh my God, I lost it. It was my favorite. I wanted to advance in this business to have the opportunity to one day be able to do that because it just felt like the greatest move in the history.
Yeah, but he was an asshole.
Oh, he was a raging asshole.
Yeah, and no one wants to work with him now because I'm not going to blow up. I have some insider information that I'm not going to blow up here, but needless to say, there's not going to be a Don and Mike reunion. And it's like, how easy would a Don and Mike reunion be if anyone could stand each other?
Oh God, what I wouldn't give. What
if they were doing this, just getting on from 2 to 4 every day? How many super chats would they get?
I would pay the fat tax, even though I'm not even fat anymore. I would pay 6 people's fat taxes for it.
Whenever there's a split, I'm the asshole. Okay. Like I completely acknowledge that, but there isn't a person on earth I've done radio with that I wouldn't do a show with, especially if they came to me and said, hey, we can sell some tickets or right? Can you imagine being Don and Mike and they hate each other so much they won't even talk to each other? And it's like, we're just leaving tens of thousands of dollars every month
sitting there, right? To do. And look, God bless them if they're happy, if they're doing their thing. You know, I haven't listened to Mike's show in a long time. I don't know.
I think they're coming up on an anniversary. I think they're doing really well.
Well, good. I know Josh is involved, and I love Josh. So I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything.
I like those guys. I like Mike, I like Rob, I like
Yep.
Buzz, I like everybody involved.
Yep.
I just here's what I can't stomach is we have this thing that people love and they still would like to consume it. We can't get past our own shit. That's why Cumia is unhinged as he seems to be on social media now. People have some problems with his takes. I get it. But he was the one that said, we don't have to fucking get along. We can sign a contract and do this show until we drop dead. And yes, that is the correct fucking answer on how to deal with something like that.
You and I've always wanted to do something. I don't know if you ever. There's two things that I've had an idea for to work with you. One, I would like to do when you did that Con Air cast. I was insanely jealous.
That was a lot of fun.
I'd like to do one about forgetting Sarah Marshall at some point, if you'd be up for that. And
that's a great movie.
I feel like that's the type of thing that you would do. We could call it "I've Got a Surprise for You," something like that. 100%. It's. Imagine your parents being embarrassed by that. Like, it's the most joy I've ever felt.
Dude, we got to interview Jason Segel twice when that movie came out. And then he blocked me on Twitter because I said something about he did the Muppets adaptation. And he was getting real weepy about the Muppets on Twitter. And it was back when Twitter was kind of new. And I sent something to him like, hey man, like what the fuck's going on? Like what? And he started DMing me. I might be able to go back and actually pull him and block me because of it. And it hurt my heart because I love fucking Forgetting Sarah Marshall is a top 5 comedy of all time for me.
Forever. It's perfect. The other idea that I've always had is it's like I didn't screw Brett, Brett screwed Brett. Like,
sure.
Nobody killed radio is the other concept that I've had for a podcast. Is like how this industry killed itself.
True, but people keep saying radio killed radio, like boxing and horse racing are dead. Like boxing and horse racing are fine. They're just not the NFL anymore. The NFL is the NFL, and YouTube is YouTube. And how many guys are drawing a salary? E-Rock sends me. Look, I love Eric Nagel. I love him, but Glenn, he sends me a link every day about how radio is dying, and I'm like, bro, I turn on that fucking station and fire that bullshit firing at me, and everyone's still eating real good over there. So maybe in 10 years, but it hasn't gone anywhere yet until it's live and the internet hub is in your car.
That is the difference. It is the difference is that you're sitting in the car, you're always going to tune it on. It's always going to give you company, but there is no question. Like I went back to doing radio again. It ain't what it was. It's just not anything similar to it. And it's
what does that feel like going back to the radio again? I'll never know what it feels like.
Dude, you're fine. Look, I know because I know how much you care about radio. I do understand. I completely understand where you are. I also have insane jealousy of this thing that you have. Right?
It's awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
I have absurd jealousy of you can put out a Christmas sweatshirt or sweater and know that people are going to buy it.
They better be 60 of them sold by the next time I check. I'm shutting this whole shit down.
I understand, but that's the jealousy that I have is that you're able to do this post radio, and I realize like, oh no, I need to go back and get more branding from doing radio because I clearly don't have. And I'm recognizing I'm not a tenth of the talent. I am not funny the way that you are. No, stop. We can all live in reality.
I let you have an hour worth of real estate on my show because you're not talented. Fuck out of here. Len Applefeld, $5. Thank you so much for the super chat. Have you heard the Stan the Fan story? I believe Glenn is still has Stan the Fan on his show.
I do. I don't know which story this is that he's talking about though. So
let me take a look. He says Don and Mike went late, and Stan was on 1300 AM. His show was supposed to start at 7 p.m., but they went late again, so he cut their show off.
Sounds like something Stan would have done.
It does. It does sound like
that. Sounds about right.
Well, there was the big one of the bigger dust ups was JP Flame went down the hall. I don't know who the PD was at the time. It might have been Cameron Gray, God rest his soul, and said, "Why the fuck are Don and Mike dumping all their spots into our 7 o'clock hour?" And I remember Don coming on the air the next day and like losing his shit and saying, our ratings help your ratings. Like, no, you dumping 20 minutes of commercials into our first hour does not help our ratings.
Yeah, it's brutal,
motherfucker.
Yeah, it's brutal, right?
But do you know this? Do you know they did this? This is the weirdest shit. They moved Don and Mike's afternoon drive slot from 3 to 8 so that no matter what happened, Don could dump all of his spots in that hour. So they moved the junkies from 8 to midnight instead of 7 to 11.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Just because of all the spots.
Yeah.
So did they just do like re-airs? Did they do like an hour of?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, right.
I'd have to ask. Right. But I remember the junkies, eventually their numbers got so fucking good that all that shit stopped. Yeah, and they got picked. And the biggest slap of the mouth, I think Don had the biggest meltdown, is the junkies got picked to take that Stern gig when he left to go to Sirius over Don and Mike. And he was openly politicking on the air for it every fucking day.
Well, what a failure that ended up being. The Junkies. Whatever happened to those guys? Whatever.
They're gonna outlast us all. It's
It's
unbelievable.
amazing, isn't it?
God bless
And
them.
I look, for some reason they've been incredibly nice to me over they're I guess Lurch would be the one, but like other than that, like they're just ungodly nice guys.
Lurch just doesn't care. I mean,
Right.
honestly, I don't know that Lurch is a bad dude. He just does not give a fuck about anything other than talking
Right.
about the 49ers and golf. And the EB is like, he's not outwardly, but they're all nice. And like Cakes
dude.
is the nicest. And JP, well, for some reason, just fucking white knight and champion for everybody's career for no reason, just other than being a
it's
good dude.
amazing, isn't
Yeah.
it? Because like everybody else that succeeds in this business is just a raging a-hole.
And they want to keep you down. They want to suppress
100% and compete. And those guys have nothing. You mentioned that with EB. I always thought that he didn't like I would come in and fill in for Medhurst sometimes. And by the way, God bless you, Pete. Love
I
you.
just found out about that with Pete.
Love that guy.
What is the latest? Is he's recovering?
He's still going. Like he is still not seeing visitors at the moment. It's tough right now.
Oh man,
it's
let me just real quick, in case it's like big on Dukes. Pete Medhurst is an update anchor at the station. He also is the play-by-play voice of Navy, and he very suddenly had was it with his brain? Like
it's brain cancer. It's brain cancer.
So it was cancer. I thought he just got.
He had a tumor removed. Yeah, he had tumors removed, but it was brain cancer.
I feel like an asshole. I just found out about this like a couple days ago, and apparently it's been going on for the past month.
Yeah, it is awful. But I love Pete. I love Pete. Great guy. So anyway, I was filling in for Pete one morning, and EB like came in like, "Where's Pete?" Like not like hello, not like good to see you.
Sounds
I was just like, I guess this guy hates me, right? So I started doing a lot of like lacrosse play-by-play for ESPN, and Bickle's in that world, and he would start reaching out like, "Dude, I really enjoy you."
You want to talk about getting horny? Bickle for lacrosse,
right? Like he's all in. And I was like, I thought this guy hated me. Like I thought like he didn't think anything of me.
He did hate me when I interned. He wouldn't let me into the studio. He said that guy is too creepy. He's not allowed to come into the studio.
You'll make fun of the number of times I go back and listen to segments with you and them is an outrageous number.
Where are you listening to that?
On YouTube.
Oh, God. I don't even want to know that exists on YouTube.
Dude, the number of like fights about snuff. I will listen to any segment. The algorithm has me. It feeds me constantly segments of you and them, and it makes me very, very.
Well, that's like I'm not like the WWE. I don't know how to monetize that, so it doesn't help me. Right? Dude. The other day I had the weirdest thing happen. I follow I forgot what the guy's name is, but he's like a Dolphins beat, Jets beat reporter, and he retweeted a link of me ranting about, I don't know, the Saints or something. Apparently there's another rant out there about where I'm screaming about the Redskins losing to the Saints, and it's got pretty big numbers too. And I tweeted him, I'm like, "Oh, hey, that's me," and he wouldn't respond. And I'm like, "What the fuck? Like you put the shit out there." Anyway,
I was talking to John. So John C. McGinley, right? Like, obviously, I don't know. They asked me to have him on the show to promote something at one point, and he was great, right? Like we talked for a while. He was tremendous. A month later, he apparently went on Twitter and said, I love Glenn Clark, right?
What?
And it blew my mind. I didn't see it until months later. Somebody said, "Hey, dude, are you like friends with John C. McGinley?" And I was like,
"Did you ask him about Office Space when you interviewed him?"
I asked him all the nerdy stuff. I asked him about Office Space. We talked about girl names from Scrubs. We did the whole thing, right? Like, so I said, "Wow, John C. McGinley said he loved me on Twitter." So Chadwick Boseman passed away, and I remember they were in 42 together.
Sure.
I said, "Oh, I'll reach out. Like this guy says he loves me. I'll reach out." And I just get back, "I have no idea who you are."
Oh.
No idea.
Did you show him a screen cap of the
tweet?
tweet?
I sent him the screenshot of the tweet and nothing. Absolutely.
Maybe it's a different Glenn Clark.
Did you maybe.
Google yourself?
Maybe. Well, he was retweeting a month afterwards. He retweeted the segment that we did together and said, "I love Glenn Clark." And I was just like, wow, what a moment
that would hurt me so much more to think that he then turned his back.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about this before you were on the show for 40 minutes, but say love you.
With Devondre Campbell, he didn't play and he went into the locker room at some point.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yeah.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So
during the game or before?
No, this was in the third quarter.
So that's Kyle Shanahan talking about his linebacker, Devondre Campbell, who had played 13 regular season games for the 49ers, refusing to go into the game when Dre Greenlaw had a little aggravation. Glenn, you're still in Sports Talk Radio. This would be one of those moments where after, first of all, we have a big NFL weekend, and then Soto signs, and then we have a Thursday night game with a bunch of drama, and Bill Belichick goes to UNC, I wouldn't be happy. I would be cursing the heavens that June is going to roll around, and I'm going to have
Zero.
none of this to talk
Zero.
about.
None of it. Not anything.
I want to get into this. This is Shavarius Ward, cornerback for the 49ers, immediately addressing Devondre Campbell not going into the game.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, he could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some sucker shit that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, you know, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some sucker stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably going to get cut soon, so, you know, it is what it is with that.
Sorry for the low volume, but he said probably going to get cut soon.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. And then, of course, George
Create
Kittle.
Tension or disbelief or just disconnection on the sideline?
Not disbelief or disconnection like as a team. That is one person who just decided not to, you know, play for his teammates. And I don't think that doesn't make our offense look at each other and be like, wow, man, you know, we're falling apart. It's more of a, or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making a, like Mooney said, a selfish decision. And I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that. And I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
Glenn, how is he still on the team if George Kittle is saying that into a hot microphone?
Dude, we are dealing with this in Baltimore right now. And it has been the most perplexing for 2 weeks, trying to figure out what the F happened with Deontay Johnson, who was mercurial when the Ravens acquired him.
At best.
And yeah, at most, right? And then apparently just refused to go into the Eagles game. And I said the only way I think that this could work, that he could ever play for the team again, is if it was like the last drive of the game and you're down by 2 scores and you knew you weren't going to win anyway. And so the players are like, look, we're not all that pissed. But then I tried to do as much as I could reporting and whatever and talking and reaching out to people. And the more that I understand it, no, that happened when Rashad Bateman got hurt in the third quarter. He wouldn't go into the game. There's no way I could ever be okay with that guy being on my team again. The Ravens had the advantage of nobody knew about it, right? Like no one, we all saw Devondre Campbell leave the field. So they were asked about it after the game. No one knew what had happened with Deontay Johnson, just that he didn't play in the game. We thought he must have been hurt, something along those lines. So it wasn't until 24 hours later that they put out a statement, we're suspending for a game. And then they had the bye week. So they had the advantage of guys not being around to be able to answer questions about it. But even when they got back this week, all the Ravens players are like, man, we'd take him back. And I'm like, what?
Right.
Like, how is that possible? Because every football player I've ever talked to would say the exact same thing that George Kittle said. Like, dude, we're playing a game. We're trying to win. We're out there, you know, and I don't want to be dramatic and say like laying our lives on the line, but like it's a very physical sport. And you're just not gonna play. No effing way. No way you can come back from that. I can't fathom it. So I'm with you. What those guys said, I can't fathom there being anyone in that locker room that wouldn't feel the exact same way.
And no disrespect to Warner or Bosa or any of those guys, but there's a lot of people that came out and said that Dre Greenlaw is like the heart and soul of that, not just that defense, but that team. And that horrible injury that he had where he's trying to run out on the field and his, you know, the tendon snaps and he's rehabbing. You're the fucking backup, bro. Like you signed a 1-year veteran deal to come in and play until this guy's ready to go. And he ain't a scrub. It's not like we're offering, this isn't Brett Favre laying down for fucking Michael Strahan. Gastineau gets all pissed at a convention 10 years later, 15 years later. This is like a stud. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? And then immediately it turns into a joke, Glenn. Like immediately Antonio Brown is tweeting out, welcome to CT ESPN. But, and then I'm like, does it matter? I mean, I hate to sound cold because, you know, CT's got to be terrifying.
And mental health is, we can say all those things. We all know mental health is real.
We know it's bad, right?
Right.
Like I shouldn't have to say that.
100%.
But fuck that guy. And if I'm sitting here being like, bro, it's 6-3. Like, what do you mean? This isn't garbage time. Like we could win this game. And also, what about the rest of your career? You're doing the one thing that can ensure that you never have a home again in this league. It's
and look,
mind blowing. It's psychotic.
in that moment, if he just said, "Dude, I'm done playing football," then he said, "Dude, I'm done playing football." But like, you better be confident of that because
Yeah.
to your point, like, how does anybody? That's the wildest part to me. So there was a report from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN about Deontay Johnson who said the Ravens might purposely not be releasing him because they're afraid that the Steelers are going to try to pick him up to try to get information about that matchup. And I'm like, are we like what?
Let 'em.
My God.
Yeah.
Like this guy, the guy that poisons every locker room that he's been in, that's the guy you're
And
terrified?
zero production, by the way. Let him say anything he wants about his time in Baltimore.
Right.
I'm sure it'll be very effective for Pittsburgh.
My God, man. Like I am so perplexed. I've said it like 5 times. I don't know what's going on. I do think to whatever the Ravens is how they operate. Like we keep things internal and they have done as good of a job as anybody could possibly do because there are a lot of people that are trying to report this story and they are getting pushback and pushback and pushback from it. So whatever you give them credit for, they are doing a good job of keeping it as internal as possible.
Yeah.
Right. But
did they hear what Tomlin said about Deontay Johnson? He said there are way more important figures on that offense that we spend time on. I mean, he completely brushed that guy off. He's not getting re-signed. And Mike Tomlin, I'm sure you're not a fan. He deserves whatever the award is for taking psychopaths and having them catch footballs on a field. Nobody can do it better than him.
The joke about him getting a Nobel Peace Prize like is way over the top, but yeah, I get it. It's insane. And look, man, we don't like Mike Tomlin in Baltimore, but Jesus Christ, what you wouldn't give to have him be the coach of your football team because he doesn't we don't talk enough. I get it that he's only won 1 Super Bowl. I understand that. But
it's hard to win Super Bowls.
It's really hard to win Super Bowls for everybody but Bill Belichick. The fact that the stat of him never having had a losing season, and it's one thing when he had Ben Roethlisberger and Ben Roethlisberger was just, really good. Like that they haven't had a losing season with Kenny Pickett and Dexter Hodges or whatever the heck. All of those guys as their quarterback. The guy is one of the greatest coaches in football history, and there's no question about that. It's unreal what he's able to get out.
And look at Juju Smith-Schuster and Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell, and now this Nudnik, and like he's got something. He's got amazing, credibility that nobody else has. Kyle Shanahan can't do what Devondre Campbell did and be a part of our team, but then you scroll down and it says the 49ers are still working out exactly how to deal with linebacker. Here's how you deal with him. You say, this doesn't go here. This is an extreme example, and I don't care if we could potentially trade him and get a 7th-round pick. He's fucking gone because I've got to go to the rest of the pros in that locker room and the veterans, and I've got to convince them that in this lost season, they should still go out there and risk their bodies, and they shouldn't say, I don't want to play football today. He should have fucking been gone.
So you get the argument from people that if you do that, then it sets a blueprint, right? That now anybody who's unhappy with their situation can just refuse to go into a football game and they'll get released. And
yes,
so that's the reason why you can't just release guys.
I would do it.
Now.
Fuck them. Then yes, I will release you, and then let somebody else be the guy that picks you up and decides that you're going to play chess when I'm playing checkers.
Yeah,
if you say I'm not going into a game during a game, you are fucking gone. And what's crazy, Glenn, is this isn't even like chest thumping. If that guy, we've seen players do this. I can't do this anymore. I can't hack it. I'm fucked up. I'm hurt. Guys younger than this dude. I don't have any disrespect for that. I think you do it before the season. But if he goes to his coach or his position coach and says, I don't want to go back in. Like, I just realized I don't want to be a backup. Like, I want to be a starter. I'm not dressing. All right, we'll get you in touch with the shrink. We'll see what's going on. There's no excuse for this lack of professionalism. Go anywhere else, any other walk away.
I could never, and I don't think that any football players really are. Although I tell you, it's the reaction in Baltimore is so weird, man. And the fact that these guys aren't willing to say, I don't care what the team says. I'm pissed about this. We're trying to win a Super Bowl, and in a big game, this dude said, nope, sorry, you're on your own. I don't care how many people in that organization say, well, if you talk about this, then nah, F that. Like, I've got to be able to say this isn't okay. I have to be able to step up and say there's a line and you cross the line and I can't be okay with you being my teammate. If I'm not able to do that, what is the point of any of this?
Yeah, I don't know. And it's weird because like the topic I did at the top of the show with Tor was the Ohio wants to make a law against planting the flag. And I feel like that's the polar opposite of this. It's kids caring too much and doing too much and getting involved. And we want to stop that. It's like, now we're talking about like, the only thing we have in this world is my word and my balls. Tony Montana said it best. And you just let all those other guys know, and I don't care what anyone says about football, Glenn, it's different when you are physically taking the pounding that these guys are, that goes along with the year-long prep and all the flexibility training, all the different shit they do. That is, there's a sanctity about that's different than any other sport, basketball, where you're tank top and shorts the whole time.
I'm not comfortable with like we're going into battle together. I'm not comfortable with any of that
It
stuff.
gets a little
right?
cliche.
Yeah, but I get why it is that football players feel that way. I understand why the eternal saying, go stand on the sideline during an NFL game. It feels like you're watching a car crash repeatedly. Like it is that loud. It is that insane what it is that you're seeing. So I'm with you 100% on this. I cannot fathom how these teams don't just say, that's it. No,
Sure.
this is the line. You've crossed the line. There's no way you can say I'm up, I'm dressing for this game, and then say I'm not going in.
Ravens situation's a little different though. They've got the postseason to contend with. They've got a weird situation. Okay, how about this? You cut Deontay Johnson and you sign Odell Beckham Jr.
Look, Odell Beckham Jr., for all of the people that said this guy is a me guy and all that, he was great in Baltimore.
He wasn't a problem in that locker room.
Not one and in fact, it was the exact opposite. Like everybody loved him. Like all of these guys really enjoyed being around him, and he was. I think it was what was surprising that we heard that he didn't like it seemed like he'd accepted that this was the place in his career. We're like, this is just who I am now. I'm not really Odell Beckham anymore, but I still have something to offer to a team. And then we heard in the offseason that he wanted a bigger role. Why that was going to be in Miami, where you already had 2 number 1 receivers, like that was never going to work. But yeah, I would, in a heartbeat, the guy that was in Baltimore last season was phenomenal, was aces for the Ravens, even though he wasn't wildly productive. He also made 1 or 2 big catches every game. I take that guy back today.
How do the Ravens have 5 losses already? Yeah. And how do they have a couple of really unforgivable losses at this point? And in a season, by the way, where you add Derrick Henry and he's everything you hoped that he would be. How does that happen?
Well, some of them you would point to the fact that the kicker is all like that part is wild, Jack, right?
Are you pro wishing him death on Twitter? Because I see a lot of that.
No, I think I'll be the hero that steps up and says I'm opposed to wishing
they say that.
Yeah, I'll be that guy. I'll white knight there. That's been bizarre because that guy's been great forever. And has been the worst regular kicker in the NFL this season. Like it's one thing if he's missing a couple kicks and you're like, wow, by Justin Tucker standards, that's bad. He's by every measure, he's the worst kicker in the NFL in 2024, which is insane.
It's got to be like a golf swing or like a Rick Ankiel situation where you just get something breaks in your brain. It's weird.
But it's not just that. Like their guard play has been really bad. It's been really bad. They moved on from Kevin Zeitler, and that's worked out pretty well for the Lions. Obviously, they need their defense was awful for a while, but that's actually been the weird part is their defense was dreadful. It was the worst pass defense in the NFL until 3 games ago. Suddenly, the last 3 games, their defense has been good, and they didn't score enough points against the Steelers or the Eagles. So I can't figure out. It's very Jekyll and Hyde. I would say that I don't know that anyone has so separated themselves. It's the Chiefs until it's not the Chiefs. We all want to be hipsters and say, the Chiefs aren't the same. Yeah, they always figure out how to win. Like they're really good at I'm tired of them too, but they always do it. Yeah, who doesn't?
I want Sean Payton to knock them off. Like I want something embarrassing to happen to them.
It'd be tremendous for football, but until I see it, like I'm just going to assume it's the Chiefs because that's who it always is.
It is Glenn Clark Radio on X, Pressbox online, and glennclarkradio.com. Give him a follow. Thank you for the hour today, my friend. I greatly appreciate you.
Merry Christmas, buddy. It is truly an honor to spend an hour with you.
Oh, stop it. Merry Christmas to you and yours. I look forward to bringing you back on for the next one. All right, bud?
Love you, buddy.
Thanks, man. There he is, the great Glenn Clark. Love that guy. He was my producer out in Phoenix. I was just told we have only sold 50 shirts. 50 shirts. And this isn't just any shirt. This is the official Chad Dukes Show 2024 Christmas shirt for the holiday. Hootenanny Mary Shredmas. Those are the heavy riders. That is the mysterious Phantom Dumpster with the street pizzas. Available in normal people sizes all the way up to fat guy sizes. We have ornaments as well. If we do not sell 60 shirts by the time 6 o'clock rolls around, this is the last episode of Chattanooga versus the world. I ain't threatening you or nothing. You know I respect you, but don't put me in this situation. Also, Spider Clamp tells me we haven't hit 250 likes. There are 873 of you watching this live. This is completely unacceptable. We're going to do open line Thursday, last hour of the show. You're going to call for that too. So we're going to make a list. You're going to get the last 10 shirts. You're going to get us to 250 likes. And in the last hour of the show, you're calling in because it's open line Thursday. Because when else would you do it on a Friday? Coming up next, very excited. Got a little taste of it with Glenn. Old school Don and Mike discussion. If you don't know who Don and Mike are, this ain't the show for you. I can't wait. I'm going to bring in 2 learned people, maybe 3. Might have a mystery guest coming on. My buddy Bill Rowland, of course, voice of the GMU Patriots, is going to come on. Did radio with him at the Fan, and my buddy Loud Goat of the Fortress Film Society. You know him. He makes it all about himself at the Caps game. I'm going to go piss, and we'll be right back.
Greetings. This is Bry from Natural Red Catering. When I'm not crushing cheese balls and snoring with my eyes open, I'm eating at Punta Cana in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, the perfect restaurant to ruin a quinceañera at. Do yourself a favor. Order 2 giant Pacificos at Punta Cana and then vomit in front of a preteen in the parking lot. You want to have a better time on the Outer Banks? Take it from me, Bry. Order the enchiladas at Punta Cana and then steeple your fingers over your chest and don't ever say a word. Your friends will resent you, and you'll be a huge burden. Just remember to never say thank you. And tell them Bry sent you.
Nickels out hell and the damaging wind. We roll over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover. A big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor. Keep the women me. Better find you a basement. Worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel's out hell and the damaging wind. We rolled over Boston. Never let us back in. We blew out the lights. Kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said, who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm, or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickels.
What's up, my turkeys? It's me, the Ant-Man. If you need to buy or sell a home in the Northern Virginia area, make sure to hit up Joe Azer at 571-989-2937. That's 571-989-AZER. I myself have no need for his services because I live with my parents at 47 years of age. I've chosen to wait them out, but don't be like me. Whether it's a condo, townhouse, or single family home, the chances of you not seeing your mother and father being romantic are dramatically reduced when you own your own home. So call Joe, 571-989-AZER. By the way, he's a lifelong Cowboy fan.
Where the nickels out hell and the damaging wind. We roll over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover.
Hi there. This is Radio's Gigantor from Both Types of Sports. Now, I'm not old like you people, but if I wanted a vacation to Disney or Universal Studios, I know just the spot to stay because I'm young and ripped. Dreamstay Getaways has 3 amazing houses with resort amenities right next to Disney. These are big houses that fit everyone. You're getting themed bedrooms for the kids, private pools, game rooms, media rooms, and big comfortable spaces for everyone to hang out. The houses are in resorts. They have free water parks, arcades, gyms, lazy rivers, athletic courts, and mini golf. Don't burn all your money going into the theme parks every day. Hang out in the gated resort community. Don't waste money on Airbnb fees and rent some dump from someone who doesn't care about your experience. Check out dreamstaygetaways.us to see the houses and give them a follow on Instagram and Facebook.
Welcome back. It is Chad Dukes versus the world. We are going all the way until 6 p.m. Same way I did it back in the day before I was told to stop doing it back in the day. You guys know how that goes, right? Only incredibly embarrassing and emasculating. I did think I should share this with you. For some reason, my day doesn't end with this particular program. At 8 o'clock, Solid Dudes 96 post CDVTW weirdo episode, and it will be Ant-Man free for those of you, his many detractors. I will be back on at 8 right here on youtube.com/Chad Duke Show. Please make sure you are subscribed. It is free. Hit that like button. We're not at 250 yet. We're at fucking 236. It's unacceptable. Yeah, I'll be back on tonight at 8 o'clock. So if you want to go on over there and find that video, you can hit the little bell. It says notify me. See that right there under Jim's dumb face. And you will be in the clear. We'll send you a push notification. We'll be very pushy and send you a push notification. Joining me now are 2 friends of mine that I enjoy speaking with from time to time. There's the great Bill Rowland, one half of Bill Rowland and Chad Dukes on 1300 AM in Baltimore, Maryland, many years ago. And of course, the voice of your George Mason University Fighting Patriots. Hello, Billy Nelly. How are you?
Hello, Chad. Is that better? There we go. Might
there
help.
You go.
Radio professional, turn your microphone on. It's good to see you, man. Been a while.
It is great to see you. The first thing I have to ask you is, do you still hate Coach G. Glenn Clark? Because I just had him on the show, and he asked me to ask you that when I had you on.
No. He's fine. We've all grown up. We've all had our differences, but water under the bridge, dude. When you've gone through what I went through a few years back, you don't hate anybody anymore.
No.
There's no room for it.
That, and we all were employed by Bob Phillips at one point. So if you're going to point your hate in a certain direction,
that is true.
Hi-oh. And of course, from the Fortress Film Society and the Eastern Conference Finals, Mr. Loud Goat is here. Hello, Loud Goat.
Hello, good afternoon, and Merry Christmas to all.
How is your setup the nicest looking? Me and Bill are professional broadcasters, and you have, oh, look at this. We have a celebrity joining us in the chat. John Norman watching live for the Don and Mike.
Love Norman.
Oh, boy. Donnie G's worst nightmare. Well, I was trying to explain to somebody, boys, that this wasn't going to be any kind of a negative, like, hatchet job, that I think we all in our Bart of Barts were fans of the Don and Mike show for many years. And so, you know, if you listen to the Chad Duke show and you heard John Norman's experience, that was his experience. I wasn't going to try to make him sound like that, or say it and pull any punches, but he certainly has his memories. But Goat, you were a listener. Bill, start with you. Did you worked at 1300, and Don and Mike were on the FM station, or were they on the AM station at that point?
No, they were on the AM station, and then when it switched over to Live 105.7, it was Stern, it was myself, Miles Montgomery replaced me. I was with Steve Hill. It was myself and Steve Hill. We did the midday, and then Don and Mike were on right after us. So yeah, we were kind of sandwiched in between them.
And that was the shift that I would eventually do with Oscar for about 6 months before they replaced us with Ed Norris. And Goat, you're like me. Did you listen? I was very young. I remember being told I was not allowed to listen to Don and Mike on WAVA.
I was never told that I was not allowed to listen. I do remember the day that they switched to the Morning Zoo because it had been Charlie and Harrigan right before that.
I'll take your word for it.
And it was one morning we tuned in. I was in the front seat for carpool going to elementary school because I'm old. And I just remember I was in front and I switched over to WAVA and they were telling a story or playing a game or whatever. And I was like, what on earth is this? And basically my perception of radio changed forever that day. So, not to put too big of an emphasis on my fandom of the show, but yeah, it was a big deal.
And also, you're an old soul, and I'm an old soul, and Don and Mike were old souls, and they were in their 40s when we were much younger. So that was strange. Like my wife has no idea how much I know about Mommy Dearest. Like she has no idea where that comes from. But I'm screaming, no wire hangers. What are wire hangers doing in this closet? She's like, how the fuck do you know the lines from this movie? And I don't want to tell her I've never seen the movie. I just listened to Don and Mike talk about it for 15 years. Larry King. I don't know that I've ever watched one interview Larry King's done, but I know everything about Larry King because they were obsessed.
Yeah, and I mean they were on in DC at the same time, so they had a let's say friendly rivalry. So they took little pot shots at each other every once in a while, and so that was my awareness of Larry King. And then to actually see him years later on CNN blew my mind because he went from this guy who did wacky overnight AM radio that they talked about on the Morning Zoo and Don and Mike, and to be like, wait, this is one of the most powerful media personalities in the country. I don't understand. This is mind-boggling to me.
It is pretty wild. David Flaccoberry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Great show, Chad. Glad Tor could step away from his anime porn collection for a bit. Yes, if you missed Tor, he was on the opening hour of the show. I'm sure you can rewind. I don't imagine why you'd want to miss this, but thank you, David. And Aubrey Knight, member for 5 months. I saw Don and Mike broadcast live from a 7-Eleven in the 80s. It was hilarious. We're here. We're queer. We're not going skiing. Yes. Yes, indeed. I don't think people understand. Don and Mike would go on. This is the JFK years, but I don't know if you remember this, Bill. They would start a half an hour early.
Yes.
Just so Don could play drops for half an hour. I've never heard a radio show do anything like that before.
It was wild to think about that, where that was the buffer between them and the show that was before them, that he would just come and play clips. A lot of times it was just fascinating to me to know that this is 30 minutes. And usually you would hear some of the same clips, but it wasn't like they were in the same order. It wasn't like it was the same clips day after day. The amount of sound that they had, the amount of research that they must have had. And this was well before everything was on computer where you could just hit a button, hit a button, hit a button. It was carts. It was everything that they had. It was impressive, but also a lot of fun. I'm like you, Chad. I've actually seen Mommy Dearest only because of Don and Mike. And I'm like, I got to see what this is about and figured it out from there. And same thing with Larry King. He's Larry King, Mutual Radio, overnights, Paint Your Bald Spot, all of it. From Don and Mike, of course. This is so. Anybody who thought this was going to be a trash session for an hour, we may have some weird stories.
I've got a couple of weird stories.
This is absolutely an appreciation hour because much like the GOAT, I grew up and remember Don in the afternoons on WAVA, and then realized I'd come home from school, turn it on, he wasn't there. And I was like, what happened? And then somebody else told me, oh, he's in the mornings now. And then it went from there. I mean, I played Low Budget Jeopardy. I won.
How did that go? How did you play Low Budget Jeopardy?
I lost. You just called in. They asked for people. Hey, if you want to play Low Budget Jeopardy, you called in. I was in high school. I was probably I drove myself, so it had to be my junior or senior year of high school. And I called and I got through and battled the guy. I was actually winning when they went to Low Budget Jeopardy, but of course, as you know, they force you to bet it all
physically.
And then it was some question about a soap opera, and I was like, I got no clue.
Who was Mike's character for the episode you were on?
That I don't remember.
See, that would be the one thing I would absolutely know. Like if he was being Rush Limbaugh. Mike's Rush Limbaugh. Somebody always gave I remember Othello I did the broadcast with. I think you were just on his show. Bill, he goes, I don't know anything about Andrew Dice Clay. He goes, my impression of Andrew Dice Clay is Anthony Cumia's impression of Andrew Dice Clay. He would listen to Anthony do Dice on ONA. I never listened to Rush Limbaugh one day in my whole life, but I would walk around the house like, not this is Rush Limbaugh, OIB, Obesity and Broadcasting Network, because I would listen to Mike do his fucking Rush, and I would just crack up, even though I had no idea how the fucker sounded like.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Mike was fantastic at that. I don't remember who it was. I do remember the answer to the question was Springfield. It was about what city some soap opera was based, and I had no idea. But when
It was
I
probably
got
All My Children, because I think that's the one they watched in the office.
Maybe.
before
Were
they
they
came
on
down
All
to
My
do the
Children
show.
though? Which
Could
soap
be.
opera were they on?
that, I don't remember.
I know they were out on. They did Babylon 5.
And they did that, but they were on a soap opera too. I'm almost positive. Anybody in the
wow.
chat knows? Let us
Yeah,
know.
could be.
John
King
Norman.
of Queens.
King of Queens. They were on, but that's not a
Yes.
soap opera.
That's not a soap opera though. Yeah.
Soroka,
But
you-
the
Bad
amazing
boys.
thing was you didn't realize, because I mean we were all fans and you knew maybe some people that were your same age as you or whatever in your group maybe have listened. When I got to school that day, I mean, you would have thought that I was giving out $100 bills walking up and down the halls, because everybody's like, dude, we heard you on Don and Mike. I mean, people that I'd never even spoken to before were like, we heard you on Don and Mike. We heard you on Don and Mike. So, I mean, it didn't matter, as they say, 8 to 88. Everybody was listening to them back then.
Did you call Goat? Did you ever call in?
I never actually got the gumption up to call in. I think I
It was
tried to call
scary.
during a couple of phone scans, but like I got the busy signal a couple of times and I realized I don't want to expose myself to this sort of ridicule, because it would have been ridicule. Like
They
a
weren't
game,
nice. Yeah.
I would have loved to play. But yeah, if I'd had just a random call during a random rotating phone scan, that would have been a disaster for me.
I always got shit when I was on doing the sports show because they said I was mean to the listeners. But honestly, I was so influenced by those shock jock shows. I'm like, did none of you listen to the way Don would speak to his listeners? Like, it's fucking nuts to me. It was such an odd thing. I called once and I had made up a story about Jack Diamond, and I'll never forget it because I was sitting there and they were fucking obsessed with shitting on Jack Diamond. So I knew that was my end. And I said, Jack Diamond this morning on his show took an armless little boy bowling to give him the experience of bowling and then played the tapes. And at first they were eating it up. They're like, oh my God, like we've got to pull the tapes. And then at some point, Mike goes, my crap detector's going off. This guy's full of it. And they hung up. And honestly, I wish I had a tape of it, because I'm like, that was almost a perfect Don and Mike call where like I fed them for a little bit, but then they realized I was full of shit. And also I got the crap detector going off. Like it was a proud moment for Chad the Stalker.
Yeah, that is a lot of check marks right there for one phone call. That's a success.
It certainly does. Jeff Schools $4.99. We do accept super chats on this show. Portland ME was one of Donna Mike's affiliates when they went national. I was addicted. Donna Mike introduced me to Big O and Dukes all those years later. There is not a week that goes by where I don't hear a story about, because Mike, he not all the cities, right, boys? Like he got a lot of the Don and Mike syndication when he started the Mike O'Mara show when Don retired.
Yeah.
And then you wanted people talk about Mike being insecure. Mike let us, we were young go-getters. We would, come on and host his show on his network when he was out, and it exposed me and Big O and Dukes to fans in Sacramento, in Reno, in Wichita, Kansas. We could fucking go do a live show in Wichita. There's so many Don and Mike fans there. So that's something I'll never forget.
And I thought that was awesome because at that point in time, obviously things were changing, and it was a big seismic shift after Don had retired the first time. And when you'd have the crossover for guys would come onto your show to do Snacks at the Round Table on a Friday, or you'd have those late Friday drinking shows after Mike's official
were so
show
much
ended.
fun.
Those were gold. I remember, I think I saved up some of those because that was when they were able to be downloaded. And I was like, I'm going to listen to these over the weekend for joy. So
I remember because, well, if you give a P1 a radio show, like I remember G. Gordon Liddy every once in a while would go on with Don and Mike, and I would kirk the fuck out. Like he would bring Eric Bickle on, like before the shit happened with the Junkies. Like he liked DB, and so when you heard that crossover, it was just such a big moment. It was like when comic book characters crossed over. So yeah, that's why I wanted. Well, also there was a much bigger show, so we wanted to do it as much as we could. Why do you think? Like I was talking about this with Glenn, and maybe you guys have a better reason. I never have any sympathy for Axl Rose and Slash and these guys that just leave piles of money on the fucking table. And as far as I know, Don and Mike are both doing fine right now, but what could have possibly happened where they don't do this? Like the three of us are doing this right now, right? Technology has never made this easier. Can you imagine if Don and Mike just did 2 hours twice a week? Like the numbers they would pull, the super chats they would generate. How is there that much bad blood where something like that is impossible?
I mean, it's hard to know because obviously we're not in the inner circle with either one of those guys. So it's tough to say. I don't know if there was some not going to say regret from Don when he left. Completely understandable why he got out. I mean, we all know what happened with his first wife and everything. And I think he just couldn't feel like he could go on. I think there was some, not resentment, but I think he almost felt like Mike shouldn't keep doing the show, or at least not the show that the way it was done. I know that sounds crazy,
Right.
but I think Don was kind of like, hey, this was our thing and you're going to try to continue. And
If it's over, it's over.
yeah, I mean, and Mike really, let's be honest, it didn't work because Don was the brains, Don was the radio guy behind that. Mike was the guy with the voices, and Don wouldn't have been as good without Mike. Mike wasn't as good without Don, but certainly if you had to say one of them could do the show by themselves, it was Don. Because Mike's show, I mean, woof, it was not great. So I just wonder if that wasn't part of it, that Don just felt like Mike should maybe have not carried it on, or if he did, not in the same way, because he was trying to do the same stuff that they've been doing as a tandem. And look, I don't know Rob. I don't know Rob A that well at all. I've met him like once or twice. He just wasn't a great sidekick. It just didn't work.
You're hating hard.
No,
See,
that's just me being honest. And other people may disagree. They may think that the Mike O'Mara show with Rob A was fantastic. For me, I couldn't do it. I did not listen the last year or so of that show.
maybe it wasn't for you, but they're doing it and they're still
Yeah.
doing the show. And I
Wait,
think,
really? Are they still doing their podcast? I had
yeah.
no idea. Sorry, again,
No, it's just funny because they're like executive producers sitting backstage listening to this right now. So it's just hilarious to me that you're saying it.
Sorry.
Listen, Mike fucking it's a very difficult spot to be in because Don and Mike wasn't just, I'm taking over a shift. Like LeVar left and I had to keep doing the show, but it's not the same. Like Don and Mike, I was trying to put in some sort of a power ranking of monstrous media figures in radio in Washington, D.C. And I don't think anyone's bigger than what that show accomplished. So to carry on the baton, especially, let's be honest, Don is a psychopath. Anyone that has ever worked with him says the same. Many talented people are. Yes, Bill, I know. We'll talk. We can bring John on if we want. But like for him to say, we're going to have to keep doing this show. And also we need to appeal to Don and Mike fans. And we're on the Don and Mike network. And also this guy, it is ridiculous for Don to hold a grudge against Mike and Rob. If that's what happened, for them to carry the baton and earn a goddamn living. Like, we're not giving this up. We're going to at least give it the old college try. So even if what you're saying is true, Bill, I don't know if I agree with how strongly you're putting it. It's a tough spot because it's a legendary all-time top 3 show in DC history. Of course, it's not going to be the same after a giant part of it leaves.
Yeah, I always think about who is it that stepped in at shortstop after Cal Ripken with the Orioles. Like when that happened, it
Melvin Mora.
It was just a deluge of criticism, and like it was just comparison to the giant that was just in the spot you were in is going to be a bit challenging no matter what. So like the immediate juggernaut left the room and you're here to just kind of carry on. Or like if a lead singer goes away and the band keeps going, you're like, I'm not sure how I feel about this.
See, this is a thing that people say. Don and Mike getting together to relive the days of radio. That's like Ric Flair coming back for one more title run. Ric Flair had amazing content in his 50s and 60s. And like, it's not coming back for the heavyweight title. The industry that they left doesn't exist anymore. There would be no place for them to go unless you wanted them to go to like, is DC 101 still a station? Like, I think Don was doing mornings on the one.
Big, yeah.
Like, I guess they could be a morning show.
Doing well either. He was not doing well.
But that's why I'm confused with your take on Mike, because if I was going to pick one of the two after they split, Mike has done way better than Don has. Don was desperately trying to get. I mean, Don went to Ocean City. He went to Sacramento. He was trying to get back on JFK in the evenings, and that lasted like 6 fucking weeks.
Trust me, I know. I was there. I was the host that they put him.
Oh, that's
in the evenings.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
Yes, I had to do that experiment. I had that, and I had that.
Well, I know we're talking about for the next 40 minutes.
And I had the he was living in California still at the time.
Yeah.
And they put him on the Redskins. Are we still allowed to say that word?
Fucking Redskins.
Redskins pregame show. that started at 9 a.m. Eastern time that I was hosting, which means it's 6 a.m. in California. So you know how many times he was late to that show?
100%. Oh yeah.
More than once.
I always thought Don did good with the football shit. Like I remember
he was great when he was on time, but it's 6 a.m. He's going out Saturday night, him and his new wife, whatever. And I would get to be like 5:50, and I'd be like, he still hasn't logged into the ISDN line or whatever it was. I'd be furiously dialing, and then I usually have to do like the first 20 minutes or so by myself, which was fine. And then, you know, God bless CK, because he had to deal with all this stuff with the ego, and he was like, well, you got to call him. I'm like, dude, I call, he doesn't pick up. What do you want me to do? I can't drive to his house and knock on the door. Like, why are you not?
Send a courier to go check in on him.
Exactly. Psychopath that CK has been trying to manage for the past. I mean, he's probably so happy with the lineup he has right now. Although Brian Mitchell can be crazy. I like Brian Mitchell, but he's been nutty to me before. For people that don't know, Don was doing, I guess, a show in Sacramento, but he was trying to do it for JFK. And then Bill, you were his fucking co-host.
Yeah,
but you were here.
Yeah, well, he had left the Sacramento station at the time. It wasn't simulcast in Sacramento. They basically just hired him to come back to do nights on JFK. But the edict was, and I can still remember the two different conversations that I had. One was with CK. He was like, look, you're going to have to try to keep it to sports as much as possible. Give him free reign to do his thing, but we are a sports station. Okay, fine. You talk to Don literally the next day. CK's like, I'm going to put you guys together so you talk about it. And Don's like, look, I know it's a sports station, but I did this out in Sacramento. We're just going to do what we do. Go with it. It'll be fine. They love me. Don't worry. Because I'm like, I'm going to get fired if we don't do what the boss says to do. And Don's like, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And as you said, it lasted about 6 weeks.
Yeah, but Go, you would agree that's a mistake. I know why CK did it. CK is a radiophile like me. He had a chance to bring Don Geronimo back to Washington D.C. and put him on an evening. It's like, why not take the shot? Like, I get it, but that's mismanagement. And I got that shit all the time too. It's like, we're a sports station and you need to come here. It's like, well, fucking, we talk about sports, but one of the if you're going to put Don Geronimo on evenings, let him be Don Geronimo, or don't put him on an evenings.
Right. You don't draft a center and set him up at wide receiver. You know, it's like, that's the whole point. It's like, you're bringing in this talent. You let the talent do what you brought them in for. Because yes, there is knowledgeable sports talk, but you also, know that you're going to get, I guess the word potpourri comes in. Like, you're going to go across the spectrum of topics when you've got somebody whose brain works that way behind a microphone. And
it is
trying
weird.
to corral it's crazy.
But don't you think it's strange now? Because now that we have podcasts, like, I don't know if you guys watch people that like, cooking fucking TikToks and shit, but if they're not doing the thing that the people are tuning in for immediately, like, you know this from gaming streamers.
Yeah.
If I follow Honeybee, and he would stop playing Mortal Kombat and he would start playing Rumbleverse, and his numbers would disappear because people are not fucking there to see him play Mortal Kombat. It's Rumbleverse. So it's actually gotten worse now with podcasting when it comes to, you better be in that one little fucking lane that people know you for, or they're not going to follow you.
Well, and I think that's especially true in like a YouTube or a TikTok, because that's why people are there for the quick.
Yeah.
Like I feel like whenever you go into a YouTube video and you're trying to, here's how you repair a hole in your drywall. And it's like, hey, everybody, I know last week I talked about the fact that I ran out of beer and I had to go down to the corner store and they were out of the kind of beer I really like. Would you please just get to the drywall?
Yeah, but that's different. I'm talking about an entertaining, episodic type deal. If
Like,
you're
not
trying to
the
learn how to fix
instructional
your light
stuff, but
switch and the guy's telling you about his girlfriend problems, that's not gonna work.
It's like, you remember on the last episode, I lost the screws to my game controller when I took it apart. And it's like, great. Congratulations. I appreciate this. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. There's much more of a hyper focus on just about anything, which is, one of the reasons for the streaming bloat, for all of the different varieties and distributors for everything. Everybody's so hyper focused in a lot of ways that it's kind of detrimental, I think.
I would think it's another reason why radio is, again, I think it can exist in some way, shape, or form, but how its demise has been predicted for so long. I pulled a clip. It's just a clip that I found on YouTube, and because I don't know, when is the last time, do you guys still listen regularly? Donna Mike is not in my rotation for the shit that I re-listen to.
Depends on the time of year, but there are times of year where I will absolutely just bring up old episodes and Sometimes I'll seek stuff out online. There wasn't as much, and I don't know if that's a function of the timing of the real kind of zenith of the show before the internet was as ubiquitous as it is now. And certainly in the early 2000s, more stuff started to become readily available. But that like mid to late 90s, well, even like the early to late 90s, that chunk is harder to track down. And that would be the stuff I'd probably end up revisiting the most.
Yeah. I'm guessing you don't check it out anymore, Bill Rowland.
No, there's so much stuff out there to consume. I just never go. I mean, I don't listen to old Stern. I don't listen to old O&A. There's so much new stuff out there. I just never think about going back to it. Now, if I run across it, like for this, if you're going to, I mean, I'll probably love this clip. I'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe that I don't, that I haven't heard this in forever. But yeah, I don't go back and do it. I don't know why. I just never been that way with radio programs.
I pulled this one specifically because I lose. It's different for you. I don't want to sound pompous by saying this, but like when you do this for a living, and Billy, what you do for a living is different, but it's all personality. I forget how much I borrow from people. And the Baltimore accent thing has become so ubiquitous with everything I do. And my hatred of Baltimore, I don't know that if I truly have it. I don't know if it was inserted in me because I listened to Don and Mike in such of my formative years and they would just shit on Baltimore, deservedly so. And so I pulled this clip. They get into their Baltimore accents. But before you even get to that, just the imaging, what struck me was the imaging. It took me back immediately. It was a portal. But the pacing is different. For Don and Mike are, for lack of a better term, a morning zoo. And like the little throw-ins and everyone knows when to jump in and just offer a couple of words, and they all defer to Don. But then when it comes time to do the voices and be funny, like, I don't know, it just feels like almost listening to an organism more than a show. Does that sound strange?
Or even like a chorus. You got like that kind of, everybody knows like their spots, and it's like a band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. John Norman says, when I hear Don's voice, it gets me PTSD. Well, you might want to, go ahead and mute this if you need to, but
safe space.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
And that's Dude Walker, right? I'm over here now.
Is that Dude Walker, or is it early enough that it's still Paul Turner?
I think that's Dude Walker, because there also was when Don became the program director, he got rip the knob off. That fucking guy. Remember that guy whose voice was even a lower register? Like he said,
another level entirely. Yeah.
Very 98 Rock.
What was it like when you the night of the election and you have to talk to President Clinton? And had you talked to him much during the campaign directly? Probably not. I wouldn't think.
Not a lot. We sort of talked past each other. We had 2 debates, but nobody showed up. And but I called him, collect, and
it's nice touch.
Yeah.
Is that Bob Dole?
I believe so.
Bob Dole.
Well, our campaign's been broke for months. Yeah.
Welcome back. I think I actually remember what's said there.
Welcome back to Washington.
It's Bob Dole. Don and Mike honor you. Yep. Welcome back to Washington, Don and Mike.
Yeah.
I think is what that is.
Which I believe that's the same guy who ended up heckling Jerry Seinfeld on his live HBO special, screaming about Don and Mike as well.
Was that Carl Grossman?
No,
because Carl Grossman was the one that showed up in Don's backyard, right?
Carl Grossman's the guy who kept the obsessive notes about every single show, and would call in with like a recap of a show 3 weeks ago or things like that. He was an Uber fan before I knew what the word Uber fan meant.
Well, it was weird because he was kind of in the same potluck as Dennis Murphy and Tom Gavin and all these wacky characters, but Carl Grossman didn't have like an affliction. He was just a weirdo. And I think I remember reading in a newspaper that Don had a restraining order against him, and he like showed up at his house with maybe some weapons.
That sounds right.
Does that sound right?
I seem to recall that. Yeah.
But that's not the guy. That's not the guy screaming right there. They had a guy that just would go out and scream their names at shit. I do remember that.
Yeah, and I think they ended up having a falling out because that guy decided he was bigger than the show or something like that. It got weird when a guy who just goes to events and shouts your name at things you know, it has a relationship with you.
As someone that's had a falling out with many weirdo listeners, who am I to judge?
Okay. Fine.
Thank you very much.
Mom, will you go back to the hotel?
God damn it.
Right.
The Don and Mike Show.
I also think the picture's a little telling, right? Like
the brooding.
well, also Don is clearly up front and Mike is like lurking over his shoulder. As someone that's been and Dukes for my entire career, it's difficult not to harbor resentment when that's the relationship.
Or is that just them doing a wacky like Olin Mills publicity shot? You know?
I think this was their legit publicity photo.
100%
for a very
it
long
was.
time.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested to see how that photo session went.
John Norman says definitely Dude Walker. So score 1 for Shude, -1 for Mr. CAPS. Caps. All right, we haven't even gotten to the segment yet.
You know, Buzz, you made me laugh last night when we were ordering drinks and dinner. When Buzz, because he's one of the guys, he now drinks with us.
Yeah, he had a martini.
He had a martini
because he's one of the guys.
Well, he is.
It's like you immediately are dubbed a woman.
No, you know what I mean.
I know exactly.
I mean, you know, Buzz more and more is becoming.
Sure.
You know, he used to kind of be a recluse,
right?
And you know, and sometimes we would go out and have crazy times, and Buzz would, you know, be sitting at the hotel watching TV to get.
A couple of things here. One is it makes me sad these guys all hate each other now. It's difficult not to. And the other thing is radio is so fucked up. Like you're supposed to get right into the meat of like Jason Campbell. Should we bench him at quarterback for the Washington Redskins? Like, I just remember Bill knows what I'm talking about when he's trying to wrangle crazy ass Mike Wise. It's like, get to it. This isn't even the segment. It's just a story about Buzz weirdly ordering a martini. And like, that's what their ratings were like, is they could do whatever the fuck they wanted and talk about whatever they wanted. You can't do that anymore.
And because that natural interplay between people like that was what you listened for. You listened for the zingers, you listened for the little digs, you listened for just that conversation. And then the material was almost secondary to just the exchange of words between everybody in the studio.
And also, it's such an interesting mix because Mike's kind of like a guy's guy, and then Don is an insecure nerd like me. I can completely relate. And then Buzz is just, I love Buzz Burbank, but one of the weirdest dudes I've ever met in my fucking life. Like, he's just a different type of cat. So to have them all socializing, I can't even imagine what that was like. Spider Clamp, 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, brother, for paying the bills. Make sure you have accept gifted memberships turned on if you're watching on YouTube. And Michael Capetta, $20. Thank you so much. Was that Lewis, the angry intern that shouted at Seinfeld?
That sounds right. Yes.
It had to be it, right? And he was an intern, and then he kind of went out and went forth, and then it ended badly, I think.
He had, I remember now that I hear the word Lewis, he had let's say a nickname that you can't say into a microphone these days. They replaced you could.
Text me. Are you gonna be upset if I say it on a show that you're on, Goat?
It's fine. Let's just say it rhymed with shard.
Oh, tard.
Yes.
Okay. And you put the okay. Yeah, right. That's a word I still freely use, but I don't use it around Goat because I respect him and his procedures. Thank you so much, Michael. I do appreciate that. Let me skip forward a little bit because I want to get to the part of them shitting on Baltimore because it's something that we share a passion for.
Stoli. All right. Listen, this weekend in town. That's better than the Wisconsin accent, better than the Chicago accent. Right on, Dawn. Better than the New York accent is the Baltimore accent. Oh, I love the Baltimore.
I gotta say, right on, Dawn. We'll never not make me fucking laugh. Right on, Dawn.
Baltimore accents for many, many years.
Because we think that accent's the best one in town.
That's better than the Wisconsin accent, better than the Chicago accent.
Right on, Dawn.
Better than the New York accent is the Baltimore accent.
Oh, I love the Baltimore accent. Go down the ocean, get some crabs, go get some English's fried chicken.
So, you know, we've talked about it for a long time. Everybody's picking up on it.
Sure.
Now. Here's an article in the newspaper about a woman who works at Towson University, which is a school. It's virtually the 13th grade.
My wife went to Towson.
Outside Baltimore.
Sure.
And her job is she teaches a course teaching and tracing the roots of Maryland speech patterns.
Oh my God. Now listen, I'll tell you, if I was at college, this is a course I would want to take. This fascinates me.
This has finally been legalized. It has been made righteous.
I don't mean it fascinates me. I mean it's really interesting.
Now, here are a couple of samples.
Okay.
Here's the thing about this too, is this is where I learned you can shit all over your audience and attack them personally. And if you're funny and talented, they will still come back.
Or they'll just be like, yeah, that's right. You're right. We do sound like that.
I mean, Baltimore is kind of, but they were meaner to Sacramento than they were to Baltimore. And they were fucking huge in Sacramento. I think they got #1 ratings. I remember Rob would do the Sacramento dance where he'd pick his asshole. But was that
was reserved for live shows? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the opposite of that now, right? Like people are begging people to listen to their fucking radio stations now. Like what was so different back then? I guess we were meaner. Like the entertainment itself, Spike TV and Fear Factor. It's just like we were angrier as a society, and that kind of led to the rise of the shock jock, I would assume. But I never considered Don and Mike shock jocks. In the vein of O&A or Stern.
Honestly, I don't think it was necessarily meaner. I think people actually could take a joke better back then than they can now. I think that's part of it. Is that they were kind of shitting on Baltimore, but people in Baltimore were kind of in on the joke because they knew that the stuff that they were saying. There's no denying that Baltimore accent is funny. I mean, I'm sorry, it is. It's funny. So when you pick on them, people like you said, Chaz, people are like, yeah, that's right. That's the way we sound. And they didn't have a problem with it. I think people nowadays are so sensitive to everything. Think about all the words that you can't say anymore. We talked about with the Redskins and that kind of stuff. I think people got way more sensitive here lately. And back then it was just like, hey, either come along and be a part of the joke or don't listen. There wasn't that, oh, we're sorry we hurt your feelings. I hope you'll please stay with us. Please bear. No, it was like, look, you can't take the joke. We shit on everybody. Baltimore, Sacramento, Wichita. Everybody took strays every once in a while. That was the best part of it.
And some of that might just be a result of how many more options there are now, where there's always another channel. Because they used to say, like, if you don't like it, there's 2 knobs on the radio, one's for the volume and one's for the station. It's like, but there were only so many stations, and if you found it, you stuck with it.
Yep.
And so now it's like, this isn't 100% moving the meter for me. Let me see if these other 3,000 things out here that I can devote my attention to will take that place. And so that's a weird kind of precarious balance that you can be in as an entertainer these days.
It is strange though, because I think now in the vein of what I just said, like these guys, I was drawn to them, if not way more so than the interpersonal stuff, like, but the interactions between them and then what was going on in their personal lives. I didn't really care when they were doing any topics or any shit like that. That was never for me. It was the soap opera aspect of it. And even now when I go back and listen to segments from older radio shows, it's always fights. Like it's always conflict. It's never, I wanted to know what they thought about Barack Obama being elected. So, and that seems very unique to radio. Are there a lot of podcasts where people are just caring about people's personal lives and the host and what they're doing? Because that was very, very much a part of listening to Guy Talk or Hot Talk Radio, however you want to characterize this.
They're like the weekend recap on a Monday. That first segment on Monday afternoon was always just them recapping their weekends for like 2 hours.
Yeah,
they would go almost a full hour before they would already be behind on commercials before you even got to the 4 o'clock hour, and you knew that, I believe you mentioned it during the segment with Glenn Clark. Then that meant that the 7 to 7:30 segment was going to be commercials. So yeah,
that's such a wild thing. The feud with I can't speak for myself. Did you guys listen to Opie and Anthony? Were you as big a fans of them or Don and Mike?
I was probably more Don and Mike because I was listening to them originally. I mean, I think Opie and Anthony had a great show, but and I never picked sides in radio feuds because I'm like, you're all entertaining. I'm not going to pick one or the other. Just entertain me. I mean, the feud itself might have been entertaining, but I wasn't like, I'm strictly Stern. I'm strictly Don and Mike. I'm only O&A. I was just like, you guys are all good. So can we just listen to all of it?
Right.
Yeah. I felt like it was, I remember when they would kind of take shots at Stern just because of, how much money he was making and how many stations he was on and all that stuff. And that always felt just kind of like, okay, well, they're the underdog in this situation. and it felt like the Opie and Anthony thing was just so vitriolic. Like it felt like there was real animosity as opposed to just professional kind of envy. And so that always kind of set a little bit, I guess, uncomfortably with me when I would listen to those segments. Even when Don and Mike were on the offensive, quote unquote, it still was just like, let's just do the show. Like, can you get back to talking about the marshmallow races? Let's stop doing all of this other stuff.
Yeah, I was the exact opposite. I think one of the reasons is that Don and Mike were such, like, they would shit on everybody, right? Like they would shit on Jack Diamond and all the other radio stations, and nobody could hang with them. Like, again, I always refer to it as the show was an 800-pound gorilla in the marketplace. And then to have O&A not pledge fealty to them and basically be iconoclast to that whole institution, because it was just it was the biggest show. Like, I started with the Grease Man, and once I found Don and Mike, I was like, wow, it blew my mind. And to hear Opie and Anthony go at them so hard and then so convincingly, I think it's pretty fair to say, win that fight, it really made me feel differently about their show, which was strange because I was always such a huge fan. So, and then Stern was just kind of orbiting. I never felt connected to Stern the same way I felt connected to Don and Mike.
And I think some of that has to do, at least for me with Stern, is that by the time he was what he was, I mean, I remember he was on DC 101, but he had long left DC before he became the king of all media. So like Don and Mike being local made a big difference to me, obviously. Right. That's going to be a big plus.
Jeff Schools, $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. I think Shu does Mike's Baltimore. Oh, his accent? It's very possible that I'm just doing Mike's Baltimore accent. I would never claim
I think we're all guilty of that. Yeah.
Yes. John said, O&A got Don and Mike's time slot. That drove Don around the bend. But I thought it wasn't them replacing Don and Mike. It was they wanted to have the same lineup from New York all the way down to DC. So it was on YSP and Philly and NEW or whatever. They wanted it to be Howard Stern, Don and Mike, and then Opie and Anthony.
Yep.
And then I thought the trade-off was, excuse me, John's a little biased, but if you came to me and said you can be on afternoons in Washington, D.C., or you can be on middays in New York, Philly, and Washington, D.C., I mean, I think a lot of us might choose to take a run at middays, right?
Yeah, I mean, why would you turn it down? I mean, if they're going to give you the opportunity to have more listeners, everything else. But I think there was some sort of kind of defending your territory because they had made themselves, such a big part of the afternoon show, not only in DC, but like we talked about. And again, these aren't New York, but Wichita and Sacramento, everything else. And look, let's face it, Don used to say all the time, he fears change. So, that was a big change. And it probably did feel like middays aren't as impressive, if you will, as the afternoons are. So they felt like they were maybe being, taken down a notch.
Yeah, but New York is the number one market, and O&A were a juggernaut, and like the company clearly had invested in. But I don't think it's that. If it's just we're moving you to middays because O&A are going to afternoon drive, and that's the end of it. Yeah, that's a demotion. But that's not what happened. Is they were trying to build this hot talk lineup that would be they could sell. Look at all these shows that are getting number one ratings in men 25 to 54. That's what you want.
I mean, to hear them talk about it after the fact on the other side of the speaker that I'm on, it's the fact that they ended up having to go up to New York and like they did a week up in New York and then they would take the train back, or they like live up there for a while and they do trips to Philly to do shows up there, and that kind of they had to delocalize the show, even though they were nationally syndicated already. They really had to delocalize it for that. So it kind of changed the fabric and the dynamic of the show a lot as well.
That's true. And I remember feeling I criticize listeners who come at me with their fucking emotions, but I remember feeling betrayed when they were going up to New York and like really trying to get involved in New York and like kissing New Yorkers' asses, and Don's painting himself up like Mr. Met on the sidelines and like or out on the fucking walk and getting screamed at. I'm like, what? Fuck those assholes! Like that, you're from here. Like this is our show. But again, I understand it. Like one of the things that Opie and Anthony were going after them about was the fact that, and it's also, I don't approve of the way Don ultimately handled it. Like I've listened to those segments of him calling into Opie and Anthony's show and getting hung up on. But if this monster show is not supporting you and actively shitting on you and taking shots, they have an enormous amount. It's not like a random blogger like DCR TV saying you suck. It's like it's this monster show that's after you, and if you all were one happy family, it probably would be easier to spread those listeners around.
Absolutely. And then, yeah, that segment with the phone calls to this day, like I've never gone back and listened to it because I remember hearing it live and it was just, oof, no thank you.
I love you so much, Goat. You're such a good person. Like, I mean, Bill, you got to understand, like, I don't think you're an awful person, but you're a reprobate like I am. And Goat is like a good guy and he doesn't want people to be hurt. I love that about him. Bobby, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Don't ever change no matter how fucking shitty I get. Bobby Double L, $5. Who are your favorite callers for Don and Mike? I know who my least favorite guest was. Do you guys want to guess who my least favorite Don and Mike guest was?
I couldn't even begin to.
I'll give you a hint. She was a guest for almost a full year, for hours and hours and hours a day.
Was it not Leah Remini, was it?
Leah Remini, yes.
Ah.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Because she was almost like fourth mic on the show for a while there. Yeah.
She was. And it was during the time where they were feuding with ONA. So they would be trying to, like, that was a dirty radio war. And they had this actress on that was on, I'm sorry, I mean, no disrespect, the worst comedy I've ever seen in my life. And she had no fucking clue what the fight was about or what radio fights were about. So she would be trying to. Nor should she.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it took away from the whole experience because they had to. I'm thinking you like Leah Remini on Dynamite Goat. I'm just reading your face right here.
No, I'm just remembering the fact that she would just shut them down when they were doing bits. Like she would say, like, "Oh, that's not funny," like into the microphone after they started doing something funny. And I just am now remembering how much of a part of the show she had become. And again, I think it goes to the whole. Well, she was on the Magic Box. She was on TV, and they met her when they went out to do the CBS, upfronts or whatever. And then because she had that cachet of being an actual celebrity on television, she was kind of allowed to run wild on the program. So yeah, I had forgotten about that dynamic until you just brought it up. And then you mentioned, like, when you said she was on for pretty much the whole show, it's like, oh yeah, that's right. I had kind of forgotten that whole run.
But wouldn't you agree, Bill? And I don't know if Mike Wise ties into this, but I don't have the animosity towards Wise that you do. People disrespect the shit out of filling a vacuum. They disrespect the shit out of sitting down in front of a microphone and someone saying, go. Because there's been plenty of hosts that they brought in. There was one in Baltimore. I'm not going to say her name, but she demanded like 4 guests be booked an hour because she couldn't just sit and fill a void. And I think if you're Leah Remini, like, she has no business being in that situation. Like, she's not a radio host. And the same with Mike Wise. It's like, well, Tony Kornheiser can do it. He can do it too. He's got no clue how to sit down and you need to coach him for years to get him up to speed on that shit. They love doing that in radio, giving people completely unqualified that have no respect for what the goddamn institution is, hours and hours and hours a day to fill.
David Lee Roth.
That's a great point. That's another one.
Hi.
Just threw it in there and said, do it. Yeah, I mean, I was probably not as avid a listener during the Leah hours, days, months, however long she was on. So I remember it, but I don't have this vitriol towards it because I think, probably was doing other things, probably had a job, couldn't listen as much. But it's weird that they never, I'm trying to think, other than maybe Rob, was there ever a third mic guy? I don't consider Buzz like the quote unquote third mic because he was always there. I mean, like when they tried to bring somebody else outside of the core, it never seemed to work because nobody ever really seemed to like get it. Nobody ever wanted to play. And Leah's the perfect example of that. She didn't want to play. She just wanted plug King of Queens and whatever else she had going on.
Yeah, but if Leah Remini got put on like the regular guys or free beer and hot wings, it has a chance. Donna Mike was one of the most inside shows that ever existed with their bits and even their lingo, the way they would mispronounce words. Like I say February. I mean, the things that I just say in my normal everyday life, Wednesday, like I say it all the time because they're so weird and inside. And then you're taking this actress that's done 3 interviews with them and said, now you're a fucking host? Like, who okayed that? Who stamped that?
Yeah, it seems like it was not fully thought out before just letting it go. I have to explain how the amount of times I have to explain the word agreed to people throughout the calendar year is kind of upsetting now as life goes on.
This Alan says, whatever happened to Charlie Broyhill? I ran into Charlie Broyhill in one of my last couple of years on the radio. He was still a producer over at whatever Larry Michaels Redskins television show was.
Okay.
Out at the park. He was still there, and I bumped into him. And I mean, I don't know if he's used to people being starstruck when he bumps into them, but I was fucking starstruck that Charlie Broyhill was there. What was Charlie? It was Billy Ray Reed was his name before he was Charlie Broyhill.
Billy Reed and I believe Billy the Manslave when they were on afternoons.
correct.
Yeah.
And then he found out he was adopted. Like
He was adopted and found out that his birth name was Broyhill, so he changed it. Yeah. Yep.
And then Lisa Broyhill was the PD of JFK when Oscar and I got hired.
Correct. And they're, I mean, obviously married now. So, but they weren't prior to that. But yeah.
Yeah, they met on the show, I believe.
There was something weird in there too. I don't remember what it was exactly, but there's a book to be written in there somewhere.
Well, and yeah, well, there was also, I think at one point they weren't allowed to say their names anymore. Like there was like a cease and desist. Like they couldn't mention Charlie or Lisa on the show at all anymore. And I never have actually heard why. I feel like that's one of those internet lore things. Deep dive.
I think I know why. I think maybe I'll tell you off the air if you'd like.
Oh, I see.
I don't that text as well because I don't know what the real story is behind it. So
Del the Bay.
You could probably if I gave you 3 guesses, I'm guessing you could fucking figure it out.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Now, if you'd like to talk to John Norman, there's also some other shit you'd be very into.
Oh man.
But this podcast is not the time nor place for that. It isn't as salacious as G. Gordon Liddy pissing in a fucking Tupperware. Yeah, okay. So there was that. There's also, remember Diana Silliman and Sherry Licker were on the show.
Mm-hmm.
They had a much larger cast back when I first started listening as opposed to when they ultimately got there. And I feel like Rob's presence is almost like you guys don't listen to ONA as much, but when they got towards the end of their run, Sam Roberts just sat there. He was on the fucking show. Like I would assume it's because he wanted to talk and read stories, and those guys didn't want to do that anymore. But
Right.
like, didn't Rob become a much larger voice on the show towards the end of it?
Yeah, definitely. As time went on, and I think it was he had gone from being an intern, and when he became a full-time part of the show, I think he just became kind of like the stunt guy, or at least at first. That was the.
Well, they put him in the afro wig and the bra and the tutu,
on the bridge on Memorial Day weekend on the Bay Bridge, just out there, and good times. It's good to put on your resume, from what I understand. But yeah, I do remember him becoming a bigger part of the show, and they started to look at him as the show historian and stuff like that as things went on. So I think that's where he had tip-ins with like remembrances and correcting memories.
Did you guys get the Don and Mike newsletter?
I did not. I didn't get the video game either.
I got that, the CD-ROM.
I definitely have the CD-ROM.
You still have it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I could not be more jealous.
It's sitting right next to my Morning Zoo family album cassette.
Why do you have all that?
Why wouldn't I have all
Because
of that?
you gotta at some point go. It's something that's got to. There's not enough frozen water and Rooskies to fucking fill this void.
Goat, I will make you this promise. I believe somewhere in a box at my mom's house in the basement, I have, and you may remember this, Chad. You may have been too young for this.
All right.
I have a Muammar Gaddafi WAVA doormat that says Don and Mike, the Morning Zoo say wipe here. It's red. I believe it is in a box somewhere. I won it from the show.
Oh, man.
In the basement somewhere. If I find it, I'll be over to my mom's house here for the holidays. I'll go down and look. If I find it, it is yours.
I mean, that's
it is yours.
You got to talk about Christmas miracles.
Quite an offer.
I couldn't be happier, even about the thought of the potential of this happening.
You know what I'm talking about? Do you remember when they were giving those away?
I remember they had themed stuff. I remember the Gaddafi stuff. Yeah, it was. Oh
when
my
did
God.
they make the buttons? Was it when they hit like 32nd rated in the market and they made up buttons for it?
I think it was 14th. Yeah, like Don and Mike were are number 14 or something like that. Yeah.
A lot of people want to know if Loud Goat has the nude Olympics video.
I do not. I never pulled the trigger on that one.
Did you pull the trigger on this bad boy? That is the Don and Mike newsletter. And that is Rob Spiewak on the cover wearing the bra and the afro wig and the trunks.
Incredible.
I think
that's amazing.
I think Frida had a column in this There's Hearts of Gold, Asses of Lead, the Don and Mike Bowl too. So quick little trivia about the Don and Mike Bowl. I had to get my mom's permission to order a T-shirt from the Don and Mike Bowl because I was so desperate. I couldn't go to it, of course. They played a softball game, and I got it in the mail. And I think at Lake Braddock Secondary School in 7th grade, I may have worn it fucking 3 weeks in a row. I was so goddamn excited.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. We did on the Rodcast, we did a paper newsletter simply because of this Don and Mike newsletter. Now, Goat, can you make out what's in the lower right corner?
It does. Does that say R.I.P.?
Yeah, but who does it say it for?
It's Major Bill.
Major Bill Smith.
Oh,
there isn't a sharper dude on this world than Mr.
I
Major
produce-
Bill Smith.
Hey, baby.
My nails grow long. All the ladies are jealous of my fingernails.
Come on down, man. Have a meal.
Now, Major Bill Smith was in the Memphis Mafia. Was that his claim to fame?
I don't believe he was. He was a record producer, like a legitimate record
But
producer.
he claimed
in the
Elvis was
60s.
still alive.
He was one of those people. Yes, that was his ticket to the media circuit. Was the Elvis is still alive guy, and he would. God, I'll never forget when they lost a bet or something to Major Bill, and they had to sing the Deep in the Heart of Texas.
Yeah.
And they started shouting Cowboys and Redskins over the team I love or something like that. I was like, what is this? This is just chaos. Who is this man and why are they singing this song with him?
But I imagine air checking that show. Like, imagine explaining that show to like a new market and saying, yeah, this is what we do. This is Major Bill Smith, and he comes on the show all the time. Didn't he used to say, like, Elvis is sitting right here next to me? Like, he would make bodacious fucking claims.
He would have him on the other line. I remember that being a thing a lot. Like, he'd be like, no, Elvis is on the other line right now. I'll patch him in. And either it would go sour or he disconnected. I couldn't get him in here. And it's like, oh my God.
Didn't they end up having a big falling out with him? I feel like at the end.
Major Bill Smith? Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Make a list of people that Don and Mike didn't have a big falling out with.
That's fair.
That's me saying that shit. Bo Schembeckler, $4.99.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Bo. I have a copy of Sex, Pies, and Videotape on VHS. I only think the person that rivals Goat and hoarding is Bo LeBlanc.
I respect this.
Was it who brought Bo in and made him sing? Like, who is that unattractive woman that was on American Idol? Susan. She was very unattractive, and no disrespect to Bo, but she looked just like Bo. And they put Bo in a dress and made him come in and sing. I don't remember if that was. Is he the Junkies or is the Michael? Susan Boyle. That's who it was, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember which show that did it, but
It's either Mike or the Junkies, and I remember Bo was not happy about it. I remember he was very upset.
I can't imagine why he wouldn't be happy about that. It's a compliment. Jesus, Mouse, it's a compliment.
Bo, you missed Bill Rowland just shitting all over the Mike O'Mara show right before you fucking came on. You missed that part. Oh, here we go.
Sorry, Bo.
Susan Boyle, it was the Junkies. Mike loved your impression of me. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. The thing about Mike is Mike's last words on the Mike O'Mara show were, Casey, clean your bathroom. And it's because he went golfing with my brother and they got so fucked up that O'Mara couldn't leave my brother's house, and
he had to crash.
He slept on the couch, and then he went in. My brother had a legendary, disgusting bathroom in the basement because my brother's a fucking pig. And I remember going in, and there's pubes everywhere, and his toothbrush was black, and I couldn't believe Mike O'Mara went in and used that bathroom. Like, that blew my fucking mind.
And is that how you found out?
What?
Was him saying clean your bathroom on the radio?
Well, I knew they went golfing. Like, I think they met because he was my brother, but my brother loves golfing, and Mike, of course, is an avid golfer. So I think that's how that took place. No, I think you were so incorrect, Bill Rowland. I believe it is the Mike O'Mara show 15-year anniversary they're about to celebrate.
Wow, great
So,
for
yeah,
them. That's awesome.
I heard there's
I wonder if you guys ever go out to his bar in Manassas. I never went.
100%. I had a fucking fantastic time at O'Mara's.
It does seem, knowing everything I know about it, unfortunately, I did not get to make it out there. But But yeah, knowing everything I know about it, it does feel like a Chad Dukes wheelhouse kind of place.
And it went exact. If I opened a bar, it would go exactly like O'Mara's did. And I just remember being in it and being like, this is the coolest shit. Because we had it was an after party for some station event, and we had it at O'Mara's, and I hadn't met Mike yet. And Mike, like, I think that was the first time I met him in person as he came out in the bar, and I was like, popping huge because I was such a big fan. And
Donna, around Christmas time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A lot of hot chicks working there. Kudos, Mike. I say salute, paisan. Yeah. The one, someone brought this up in the chat, but the one, they had so many drops. The one that I remember them playing so much was Colonel Sanders trying to do the live read.
Freaking.
And
to
just
this day.
De-evolving it at most folks.
That's the one. The most folks false start is just so fantastic. That lives in my cortex forever.
Yeah. Oh, God.
It's entirely different.
John, I'm not putting that on the screen. John, you need to go get some therapy. I fucking love you, but you shouldn't be this upset. He said, don't forget Gladys Kravitz. Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, John's a fucking P1. He's such a goddamn hater, and I wish he could just admit that he loves the Don and Mike show.
Well, like you said, he's got PTSD. It's hard. It's hard.
And have you heard what he's been through physically lately, Bill? I know that you had your own brush with death. You would prefer that 3 or 4 times compared to what happened to John Norman's asshole.
Ooh.
Like you wouldn't even fucking believe it.
I'll have to text him and find out.
Send him a text. He'll love it.
Buckle up.
All right, boys. Wow, that flew by. That was a full hour. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was fun. You could probably do another 2 or 3 hours and we wouldn't get to all the stories.
Oh,
I mean,
easily.
Again, like we said at the top, just legendary show that from the time I was probably in 7th, 8th grade all the way through my college career and everything else. I mean, it's just part of what you listen to.
As formative as a show for me is
absolutely
anything. And really
very much so.
It kind of also relearned me. I don't know how you go. Like I used to listen to Garrison Keillor, and I used to listen to a lot of classic, like oldies radio, and it kind of trained me to be a different type of radio listener, for better or for worse. The Don and Mike show.
Yeah, it became something you had to. I mean, they always used to say, "Listen harder," and you kept up. Like, if I can't imagine someone coming into that show 10 years after I had started listening, and even attempting to pick up on the long running bits and the lingo and some of the inside jokes and things like that. So it was one of those things you started paying attention to, and it felt weird if you missed a day.
We didn't even get to honk for cash. I mean, all this fucking time, I didn't get to honk for cash.
And again, seasonally, we didn't get to the annual reading of the Hamburger James Elvis story.
That's on YouTube, by the way. Jorman, if you want to hear Opie hang up on Don, that's on YouTube. And the Hamburger James story. Maybe we'll do that the next time we do this. I want to bring fucking Steve Pye texted me. He's like, I want to come on for the Don and Mike segment. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And then I texted him the link, and he's like, can't make it, driving. I'm like, you motherfucker.
I tell you. The driving over to meet a celebrity he'll never tell you about.
Bill Rowland, if you met the Rolling Stones, would you tell people?
I'd probably bring it up at some point. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. All right.
Once in a while.
Thank you. Anything to plug, Bill? There's hundreds.
Nah, I don't need to plug anything.
Goat, anything to plug?
Yes, I'm going to enjoy some hot chocolate s'mores bark here. It's very, very delicious, and you can find it at Commonwealth Dry Goods.
And on CommonwealthDryGoods.com. We're having a slow day during Christmas. That's always a good thing. And who designed that cover art there, Loudcoat? That beautiful.
I don't know. Some goon.
Thank you, Goat. Appreciate that. CommonwealthDryGoods.com. Get a Christmas candle and a fucking bag of s'mores bark. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Goat.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Enjoy.
There they are. Love you, Goat.
Love you.
Love me some Loud Goat. Love me some Bill Rowland. All right. More DNM talk. We're going to fucking do a whole show on it. I'm going to have those guys on with me. And I think E-Rock's going to come on. I think Steve Pye wants to come on. We're going to bring Jorman back on. I want to get Spiewak on. The only issue is if Spiewak still works with Oscar. So I think Spiewak thinks that that's weird, but it ain't weird for me. And it ain't like Spiewak. If you hear this, if someone could get this to Spiewak, it ain't going to be no hijack. I'm a fan.
I'll get him on.
You will,
I'll get him
Josh?
over here. I'll get him.
Well, just let him know that I'm not going to do any disservice to him. Like, I am a fan of the show. I just think it would be fun to get his perspective. He had that Dude Walker story about how he got Dude Walker to go, I'm over here now. Like, I would love to fucking do that.
All right. We'll get him.
You didn't get in trouble with any of that shit them guys were saying, did you?
I don't care. No, it's all good. But yes, I don't think there'll be a reunion.
Can you go to any more detail?
Where's
your
New
camera?
York was really,
You're just a
New York was
disembodied
really
voice
tough.
right now.
I know the travel to New York was really tough on the show.
When they were on WNEW.
Yeah. When they'd have to do 1 week there, 1 week in DC, back and forth.
But what does that have to do with Don coming back on the show now?
I think relationships were worn over the years. Remember when they had to move to a different radio station in DC to have their own building?
Yes.
There's some egos at play.
Oh, I think that was Don's idea, was it not?
It was.
Yeah. Well, John was talking about that with us on the Chad Duke show last week. All right, we'll get some more details. We'll do a whole episode on this. We didn't even get to Charlie Stuang-Stabalak. I mean, there's just so much to get to. Steve Delamore is now a YouTube member. Man, them super chats have really dried up. Let me check how many shirts we sold because I might have to shut this whole motherfucker down. 58 shirts. 58. 2 more need to be sold if you want another episode of Chad Dukes versus the world. I will threaten the shit out of you. We got 1 hour left in the show. 58 shirts sold. We don't hit to 60. We're fucked. You can scan the QR code on the screen, hit the link at the top of the chat for YouTube, or check the description on the YouTube video. There's a link in there as well. I'm going to take a piss, and when I come back, those 2 shirts better be gone, or it's your age.
Hello, Steve Pye here. I love drinking gin. I love singing songs. What I don't love is falling asleep. So when I need a little extra energy, I turn to Don't Sleep Energy Drink. It's delicious. It's locally owned, locally operated, and you can get a discount using the Dukes promo code when you go to don'tsleepenergy.com. So whether you're fist fighting a tour manager or eating a human burrito, use Don't Sleep Energy Drink. Use the Dukes promo code at don'tsleepenergy.com. I drink it all the time when I'm sitting through those 7 opening acts or when I'm ignoring Chad's calls. So be like me and don'tsleepenergy.com.
Where the nickel size hell and the damaging winds, we roll over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kick the windows in, and when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind, we rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind.
Ahoy hoy, it's Samoa Bo here, live from the Dirty Dirty. And I hold the gold, and I make the rules, but even I help out the little people from time to time. And that's why I say you should go to CommonwealthDryGoods.com, click on the Christmas 2024 tab, and do all your holiday shopping for every jabroni on your list. They got everything there. They got locally sourced goods, handcrafted snacks, they got vinyl records. That's at least 1, 2, 3, 4 things. There's probably even more than that. But you tell them Samoa Bo sent you when you visit CommonwealthDryGoods.com and you click on that Christmas 2024 tab, because if you don't, I am going to treat your face the same way Shawn Michaels treated that chair at WrestleMania Access. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a concerto I didn't expect. So if you don't want to suffer that fate, make sure you head over to CommonwealthDryGoods.com or visit Commonwealth Dry Goods in historic Fairfax, Virginia. Tell them Samoa Bo sent you.
When the law showed up, said, who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind.
China Beer, shake it on. Welcome back, friendos. Welcome back. It is Chad Dukes versus the world. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. We do this once a month unless we don't sell the shirts, and then we don't do it at all. Want to remind you that coming up in just a couple of few, Solid Dudes 96 post CDP weirdo episode. It is ant free tonight. I will be joined by Sweet Daddy James, Biker Sean, Skater Sean, Dick Smokan, and of course me, the Shootster. We will be going live at 8 o'clock. I don't know fucking why. I can't tell you it's going to be any good, but if you do like Friday Night Solid Dudes, it's a nice hangman. We will be doing it. Oh, good. We hit 60 shirts. Thank God. Soroka, please make a note. We need an outro, an intro, and I need some applause or something to signify that something good has happened as well, because we just hit 62 shirts. Thank you so much. 62 Christmas shirts sold. Again, you can get yours right now. Link pinned to the top of the comment section to the chat, or you can scan the QR code on the screen that my buddy Josh Soroka expertly put up there. Stephen N. Gray says he called out of work for this. Well, probably not the best idea. All right, we got new Warak. I got to break it down, but look, as long as you guys use the phones, we'll do the phones. And I like to do Open Line Thursday, the last hour. If you have a question, comment, or query about anything I spoke about with Tor or Coach G or John Norman or Loud Goat or Bill Rowland or Don and Mike or O&A, anything, we're taking your phone calls this hour. And you only have until 6 o'clock. And if I don't get calls, I ain't threatening you or nothing. We're just not going to do the phones because I don't want to sit here and make Josh screen phone calls and wait around and pay whatever it costs. But I do like having the open lines. This is the only way I can take phone calls. Not that the chat hasn't been fabulous. But 571-624-1941, right there at the bottom of the screen. You can see the number. 571-624-1941. I promise I'll be nice, and it don't cost nothing. All right? Open Line Thursday is a go as we speak. So give me a ring, and we will have fun. Please do not be drunk if you're calling, Steven. You're calling in, that's fine, but you need to be sober. But the rest of you, there are 988 people watching across Facebook, X, and YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. Hit the like button wherever you're at. We should be able to get 5 or 6 decent phone calls. The last episode 2 of CDVTW, phone calls were the shit. You guys were awesome. Killed it. Actually brought up some really great talking points. I wish I did it earlier in the show because we could have done full segments on it.
2,
but
1, go.
He did not look, young Malibu did not look like he had a lot of confidence in that jump. So a couple of things here. If you are unfamiliar with Rhode Island's finest super rap group, Dvorak, I'm their number one fan. There is nothing ironic about my coverage of them. A lot of people want to A-log Dvorak and make fun of them. I'm a fucking fan. I think what they do is incredibly entertaining. I've been watching them for years. I have a shirt. I bought a shirt. And they are three friends, Pale Mamba, Chief East, and Young Malibu. And they do these videos. They have real music videos as well, but these are kind of what they're known for. They're freestyles where they read off of their phone, and people hate their fucking guts. I mean, people get really mad at Dvorak, especially in the Warwick, Rhode Island area, but that ain't me. That ain't me. I'm a fan. I'm a follower. I would send super chats if they needed them. But what you need to understand is the young Malibu has to jump off something before he can spit the mad fire. Why they don't edit out the lady counting down the start of the video makes me believe that potentially this is a work, that it's meta. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. If you think it's real, let me know. If you think it's fake, let me know. I don't have a conclusion. I've had many people that are learned in that area of the country tell me these guys are as real as it fucking gets. So keep that in mind.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's so easy to edit that part out. I mean, really, you can do it on your iPhone.
3, 2, 1, go.
Little trouble there getting off. And this does not appear to be Pale Mamba, Hammer Time, back here to the left. This appears to be a jabroni. They have another jabroni here to the right. Dvorak runs with about 5 or 6 jabronis that just do things in the music video. And I believe what you're going to see is the gentleman in the ski mask is also wearing mixed martial arts gloves, which he will reference several times during the music video. That's right, King Raymond III. It's time for real rack shit. Big W's, baby.
You know we came to turn up. Let's do it, boys. Yo. Ain't no flow hotter than this globe trotter. I broke the rope that holds the most fathers. Molded to the gold where jokes froze and don't start up. You either hottest of the hot or you're just not, son. Plain and simple, you see. Call me Big Papa the way I'm about $1. Call me Big Shotter the way I pop the chopper. The way I pop my collar. The chopper holler on a thoughts box that gets smoked like wanna. No.
I swear to fucking God, if this had a beat, I think this would be good. I think Young Malibu is a talented lyricist. I really do. That is not bullshit. People, if you look in the comments section, these guys get clowned endlessly. And I understand some of it. I mean, look at this question mark to the left. What is this motherfucker doing? He's got nothing to do other than stand there. At least the dude in the sweatpants and the ski mask and the MMA gloves, he's got a gimmick. He's trying some things. You know, he's like Shane Helms as the Hurricane. Come on, let's give him a little bit of fucking credit. But, you know, this is all one cut, by the way. Keep that in mind.
Oh, Mary, I'm into chicks like Moana, burn hot like the sauna, rhymes tight like Latanya, Palazzo Sicilian, so that means I roll deep in the pasta, baby. Real rag shit.
All right, so we're panning out here. And John Norman, you're saying this is cringe, but you're incorrect, sir. This is real rack shit. They're panning out because usually at this point it has been exposed. The order usually is Young Malibu, Chief East, and then Pale Mamba spit their fucking freestyle. They usually read them off their phones. Chief East always is hiding somewhere, and he'll be under a pile of leaves. He'll be, you know, in a crawl space to the right of where they're filming. And he'll pop out, like he'll roll out from underneath some plywood stairs. That's his gimmick. So usually at this point in the music video, I like to try to predict where we think Chief East is going to come from, because they do a good job most of the time of masking it, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's like, okay, he's under that tarp there that they're trying to pretend like we don't see. But so we're panning out. We're in some sort of a park, not a lot of foliage, not a lot of cover. Where could Chief East be? Well, I'm here to tell you now, spoiler alert, there's some higher production values here than what we're mostly accustomed to in Warak music videos. I haven't seen too many calls coming in. 571-624, hold on, 1941. Thank you.
Yeah, this shit for life, yeah, yeah. The streets need a sweep, a deep clean. I got big beams as big as my big dreams.
Please tell me they actually rented a U-Haul van just for this video. I hope it wasn't because one of their friends needed to move. They're like, we've got this U-Haul van until the end of the afternoon. We might as well film a Warak video. Get the question mark in the tan hoodie and Clay Guida and get him over here. We're going to bust Chief East in a U-Haul van. I hope that's not the case. I hope someone actually put a credit card down and rented this motherfucker just for this video.
You can't compete with the heat I got for beats. Hey, yo, Chief, come and rap the East, baby. Real rap shit. Real rap shit. Get it.
All right, so now, not the best reveal they've ever had, but functional. And Chief East's energy, there's no questioning it here. The intensity is about to ratchet up.
You can't compete with the heat I got for beats. Hey, yo, Chief, come and rap the East, baby. Real rap shit. Real rap shit. Get it. Do him dirty. He said,
Go get it. This dope got no feather. I know better. My snow is good weather.
Chief seems to be the only one that has aged since they started doing these. Like, he appears to be turning into adult, at least physically. So it's interesting to see his role remain somewhat the same. The other part of Chief East is that I think he's got a good voice. I think when he raps, it sounds good. You know, lyrically, I'd say he's second best in the trilogy. Trimutive? What's the word I'm looking for? I need someone in the chat to help me. There's a word here that I'm not saying even though I speak for a living, and it's embarrassing to me, and I need that course corrected. You can't tell me the Chief doesn't at least sound good here. But these two idiots that are with him, why is Young Malbu and Chief East having to say Warak shit motherfuckers? These guys should be raising the roof. That should be what their roles are.
Real rap shit. Get it. Do him dirty.
He said, Go get it. This dope got no feather. I know better. My snow is good weather. I know the dope dealer.
Now, keep in mind, this is all one take. So if somebody fucks up, they're not going to recut it. They're not going to go back and edit out the countdown at the beginning of the video. If a kid walks by in the background, they're just not built that way. That's not real rack shit. I'm not saying Chief East is going to fuck up here and they're going to leave it in, but if he does, trust me, they're going to leave it in.
I hope he gonna flip it. My hoes are dope bitches and they love this dope native in the back in the trap again. Now I'm coming from the rack and we stack a bit.
All right, so he's speeding up here. He's going for little Bone Thugs. This is aggressive because, again, remember what I said, they don't cut.
I'm from a tribe. I'm classic crazy. I'll take your shorty back to Captain's camp.
Oh, no. And then there's a laugh that we're going to try to pretend like is me cheering you on by saying, yeah, but no, there's a fuck up and a laugh, and I don't want this for the boys.
I'm from a tribe. I'm classic crazy. I'll take your shorty back to Captain's camp.
Come on, boys. Take two.
Only thing that counts is cash, but I'm on a mission. I bomb these niggas. I'll let the gas flash when we take the pictures, you heard?
Who's on top of the van? That's a really good question. I didn't even notice that. I guess the driver's up there grooving on top of the van now. I hope they don't leave any dents in that motherfucker, or you're going to lose your deposit.
The only thing that counts is cash, but I'm on a mission.
Look at the question mark. He really offers nothing.
I bomb these niggas. I'll let the gas flash when we
and wearing the Crocs. I don't know if you noticed that, lower left.
take the pictures, you heard? You heard? You don't want them.
Now he's on his back. The dude on top of the van is on his back, thrusting his pelvis. It's almost like he's not taking this as some sort of hardcore gangster shit.
Cash, but I'm on a mission. I bomb these niggas. I'll let the gas flash when we take the pictures, you heard? You heard? You don't want them with me, boy. You don't want them.
So I don't understand. Are they gangsters? Like, are they going to kill us? They're talking about busting out the chopper. This guy at the end is not taking it seriously.
You heard? You don't want them with me.
Look at this motherfucker humping the air. Oh boy. I love that so much. Triumvirate? Triumvirate? Is triumvirate a word? Why don't I know this? Triumphant? That's not the word, Denise. I promise you that. You guys are of no use to me. All right, let's take some calls. Holy shit, is that John Norman on the fucking phone? It can't be. There's just no way. John's calling in on the Geico 100. What is the fucking, what was the hotline? Geico insurance hotline. Is this John? Who is this?
Hello?
How come you didn't call in during the Don and Mike segment?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt. You were doing fine without me.
Yeah, but you have insider
I will come
knowledge.
into the next show, though, for sure.
Yeah. Are you going to come back on when we do episode
and
2?
I'm happy to. Absolutely.
All right. We're having some sort of an echo, so say what you need to say so I don't interrupt you.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I am willing to come whenever you need me here.
Oh, gross. Thank you, John. Some sort of an echo effect. I love John Norman. I want John Norman on the Don and Mike shows that we do. The only problem is that I don't want them all to be angry. You know, I definitely think it's entertaining when he's giving us his perspective and he's giving us his insight, being someone that was an executive producer of that show. But like, you know, there's a piece of that there. So I think if John can agree to not let that influence every aspect of his opinions on, you know, whatever the topicality is for that show, I think that would be great. Thank you, John. I appreciate it, but thank you for the call. Blackout Bruce, $10 super chat. What? I need a shot of Rumpelmensch to equal this level of trashiness. Oh, you don't like Warak, Bruce? I thought they'd be right up your alley, to be honest with you. Hit the like button. Thank you, Bruce. I'm glad you're watching. That's my buddy Blackout Bruce. You won't do a shot. You guys got to remember, Blackout Bruce is responsible for 2 or 3 of the funniest moments I've ever experienced in my life. One, of course, is when he fell into the creek where the bartender drowned and almost drowned himself, got covered in slugs, and then went running out into the sticker bushes to get his hat. There's also the story about when they were going to bulldoze the sapling behind his apartment. There's another story where a raccoon, Bruce had left his balcony door open and a raccoon had crawled into his house, and to try to scare it out, he got out of the shower in the nude and jumped out from the bathroom and went, ah! And the raccoon was completely unfazed. Blackout Bruce is my guy. It's also the moment where after his 50th birthday, he was swinging from the tree branch in front of the carpool in Herndon, and then he picked up Cyrus Chiguni and started swinging him around and screamed out very emphatically, "I'm going to fuck you, Sven Lloyd." Oh, I love me some Blackout Bruce. Who is this? We're going to take calls. And again, if you don't call, we shut the phones down. What I do is I threaten my audience. 571-624-1941. It is Open Line Thursday on CDVTW. 571-624-1941. I promise I'll be nice. Jason in Winter's Chill in Charlottesville. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, man. Loving the shows, as always. How good would it be if we could get a Warak Christmas album? But that wasn't my question. But I was actually wondering if you had some underrated Christmas movies that you like. I know you've mentioned The Ref in the past, which I really like. Last year, I caught one that I had never heard of called Trapped in Paradise with Dana Carvey and Nick Cage. Have you ever seen that?
I have heard of Trapped in Paradise. I know that I believe it gets a bum rap on Rotten Tomatoes, but I have seen it specifically this season, this Christmas season, get a little more run online. It is not in my repertoire, but I definitely would be interested in checking it out.
Yeah, I had never heard of it, and I'm a big Christmas movie guy like you. Every year I gotta watch all the favorites, and I'm always looking for new ones. And I was surprised I came across this. I think it was on like Paramount or something. And I kind of thought the same thing. I was like, I haven't heard of this. It must be garbage, but I thought it was good. I thought it had lots of good people in it, and I don't know, definitely worth checking out though. I thought it was really good.
Well, if you're recommending it, sir, then I will go check it out. Pleased to be enjoying some Ace biscuits and barbecue from me since you're down there in Seville, one of my favorite spots. And
absolutely,
yeah, buddy. Thank you so much for the call. Greatly appreciate it. That's a good one. A couple of underrated Christmas movies, of course. I know it sounds crazy to some of you, but Scrooged. A lot of people haven't seen Scrooged. I think it's my second favorite Christmas movie. The amount of brain cells that we kill each and every year debating on whether or not Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I really just feel badly whenever I see this continue to be a thing. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? I file it in the same category as is a hot dog a sandwich. These are for low-thinking people that creatively are bereft, and so this is like some sort of a novel concept they can really latch onto. I hate it. I hate that we do it every year. If you want to watch Die Hard at Christmas time, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and debate whether or not Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's not. It's a movie that happens at Christmas. It's not about Christmas, and that's not a debate. It's just the way that it is. I'm not going to debate hot dogs a sandwich. It's just fucking ridiculous. A movie that happens at Christmas that I like to watch at Christmas is Batman Returns, with Danny DeVito and Christopher Walken and Michelle Pfeiffer, the titular Michelle Pfeiffer. It's not a Christmas movie. It is a Batman movie that happens in Christmas that happens to be very Christmassy, with the big tree and the ice princess and the lawn dart. You know, there's a lot to like, and it puts me in a good Christmas mood. So there's that one as well. This is an offshoot of that. Oh, and It's a Wonderful Life, clearly not obscure. But on Christmas Eve, if you're not watching the entirety of It's a Wonderful Life as it is broadcast, I think usually on NBC, you're doing yourself a disservice. I do it each and every year. It's my favorite moment. I light the Christmas Eve candle. I break out whatever Christmas bourbon we've done that year. I've got 2 special glasses that I use. That is my tradition, and I love it very much. There is a Grinch Halloween special. A lot of people don't know this. I believe it might have, I think it's a sequel to the Christmas one, but I could be wrong. It could have come first. It's fucking terrible. You wouldn't think it would be, but it's worth watching once. If you haven't watched How the Grinch Stole Halloween or whatever the fuck that it is, it is definitely worth your time. Just got a text from John Norman saying he can suppress his hatred. Well, then you're in, brother. You're in like Flynn. Yo, we got a pink boy. Tom G, $50 super chat. What in the shit? I thought the super chats had dried the fuck up. Thank you, Tom G. That is a barn burner. My God. All right. Josh, we're officially shutting down the phones.
All right. And Rob has agreed as well.
Oh, Spiewak agreed. Can you put yourself on camera, please?
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Tom G, thank you so much. There he is.
Yeah, Spiewak has agreed.
Oh, hold on. You can't just tell me Spiewak has agreed. Take me through it. What happened? What'd you say?
I just told him you want him on the show and talk positive memories of Don and Mike and being on Don and Mike.
And he said yes?
Yeah. Mike's got to sign off, but that won't be an issue.
Is it going to be a problem that he still works with Oscar?
Apparently, no. Apparently, that's not a concern.
Okay, good. I
So
mean, there
I think
shouldn't
we'll be
be,
good.
but
Yeah. No, I think we'll be good.
who should I just have Spiewak on, or should I have like because we've had a couple of very interesting. I probably won't have John Norman on if Spiewak.
Yeah, I'm guessing not Jorman. That might have to be another episode. But we can talk offline and figure it out. Either some other people or I get Mike and Rob on here.
I mean, that'd be great, but I have a feeling that Mike is going to be reluctant to talk Don and Mike more so than Rob is. Would that be fair?
I think in the past year it has changed, and he's more open to looking back.
What if
He can look back at more positive.
Well, okay. I would love that, Mike.
No surprise, and Don's in the corner.
No, I'm not. No, that's what Othello and Blue Shorts did to me.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do that to them. I think what I'd like to do, though, Josh, if you're cool with it and they're cool with it, I'd like to have that separated because I would rather that be two separate episodes.
Make it separate. But yeah, Rob we'll get Rob on here. We'll work it out.
What about Buzz?
I have no contact with Buzz. I know Buzz leaving was not necessarily on bad terms like some of the other breakups. So I think they have fine relationships with Buzz.
Can you I don't want to put you in a weird spot, but can you answer, was Buzz leaving more about Oscar than it was about Mike?
I think it was about, I don't know. I know that Mike and Rob are on good terms with Buzz.
They are or aren't?
Are.
Because you had the Baltimore accent, and I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
tell
I
the
get you.
difference because you guys don't know how to speak. So it's Mike and Rob are on good terms with Buzz, but Buzz just isn't on the show.
That is my understanding. I don't think they're in much contact with Buzz, but there's not anger and hostility with Buzz.
Yeah, man, I would love to do that, like a guest of honor. I think if we had like the guys we had on today, or if I had Nagel on, like all of them are fans of radio. So
Yeah,
I
that
think
would
it
be
go-
fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think Jorman would be the no.
Well, Jorman can come on with me. And,
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
I love-
Jorman's episode last week or whenever it was outstanding. It's just not the same show as when you bring Rob in.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, for those of you that don't subscribe to the Chad Duke Show, we had John Norman in, and it turned into a impromptu airing of grievances. Yeah. Anything you can announce about the 15th anniversary?
We are the Hamburger James story is coming back this Christmas season.
That's fantastic.
We are working on some other things. You know, when I joined the Mike O'Mara Show universe,
Yeah.
the first listener to find me like out in public where I don't want any creeps was Dennis Murphy.
Get the fuck out of here. I
went
thought
to
Dennis Murphy was dead.
I went to an Orioles game and Dennis Murphy found me.
What was that like? That had to be a thrill for you.
It was great because I knew Dennis from the Don and Mike show.
Of course.
And now I know him as I saw him out in Vegas a few weeks ago for the Mike O'Mara show, and
wow,
he's still around.
God bless Dennis Murphy. All right, that's great, man. Well, I got Rob's number. So should you facilitate that, or what's the best
Either
way
way.
you think?
Either way.
I think I'd rather you do it.
All right, I'll take care of it. I talk to him every day.
Thank you. You lucky boy. There he is, the great Josh Stroka. Executive producer, right, Josh? Is that your right title for?
It is, yes.
Look at you. Look at you. And then what he does is, and don't tell this, nobody let anyone know this. This is a secret that I'm letting you. There is 1,009 people watching right now across all of our platforms. I'm going to let you in on this little secret, but you don't tell anybody. What Josh does is, when Mike is paying him, he also works on this show. But keep that to yourself. That's between, and you are my number one guy. Tom G, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Hit the like button. All right. I have a story for you guys, and we have a limited time here. Quick reminder, I will be back on 8 o'clock. I'm looking forward to that. Gonna be solid dudes. Should be a fun time. And I'm gonna leave this up for free on YouTube. So if you know people that used to listen to CDVTW, you want to point them in this direction, old Donna Mike fans would like that segment that we did. Point them over here, hit that like button, get us some good numbers. We always pick up subscribers when we do this. It's good stuff for the show. It makes it easier for us to do more shit. So thank you very much for that. And everybody that's tuned in today. I don't know if earworms work the same way for you guys as they do for me, but I can have a fucking song or a jingle or a commercial or whatever stuck in my head for a long time. And when I say that I've had this one commercial jingle stuck in my head for as long as I can remember, I hope you realize I'm not being hyperbolic just because I'm doing some broadcasting here, or narrowcasting, whichever you prefer to call it. When I was a child, my family would travel down to Western Kentucky, where my parents were born. There was a backward town that was often forsaken. So many. No, that's a different matter. When I was a child, commercials. I was obsessed with commercials, specifically commercial jingles, and it's a big part of my fondness of growing up is watching TV, watching commercials, the Bud Bowl, all the stuff for Crystal Pepsi. Like before we got to Budweiser, like all before that shit. Like I've done entire shows based on just Bush ad campaigns. That Bush song that you guys know that I love, that I play all the time on this show. Head for the mountains of Bush beer. That one. So these are things that stick with me, haunt me like a phantasm, and or a banshee. There was one that skulked around inside my dome for years, and it went like this. It went, and I'm not going to do a good job of giving you an example here, and none of you will recognize it because I have throughout my life and different groups of friends and coworkers, I've bounced this whole concept off of them, and nobody has a memory of it. But it went like this. There was a lady that I thought was Jane Fonda that it eventually would turn out not to be, and she's on TV, and she's making chicken, and she's not really roasting the chicken. The chicken is prepared chicken. And the brand name of the chicken was Holly Farms. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but also there's two different things going on here. When you Google Holly Farms chicken, which I have done in the past, there was a fast food store called Holly Farms Fried Chicken, I believe. They had brick and mortars. That is not what this commercial was for. It was for prepared chicken. Like now you can go to Wegmans or you can go to Harris Teeter or you can even go to Safeway, and they're all going to have whole roasted rotisserie chickens. We've all bought these things, right? They're like 10, 13 bucks. You take them home. They're ready to go. They're in that little, lucite plastic dome that the condensation is on. And that is not what this commercial was for. This was a product that predated that. It was pre-made chicken parts in like a little foam container, cardboard over the top. And what it was for moms that used to be mom cooked dinner. Like we used to be allowed to say that. Now, of course, that is sexist and a symptom of the patriarchy. But mom would cook dinner. And they would make these chicken parts so that Mamo didn't have to sit there and actually go through preparing, brining, and roasting a bird. I digress. So I found commercials for this product, Holly Farms chicken. And they're from the 80s, and I don't know if you guys will have any memory of this, but this is not the commercial I'm talking about, but this is a commercial that I found to give you context as to what I am referring to.
Sure, you sure make good chicken. Oh, Billy.
That's the wrong one. This is
not to cook. It's new Holly Farms oven roasted chicken. It's already cooked. Try it for the I'm late, but it's not my fault reason.
I do like the sexism of everyone's just sitting around the table waiting for mom to come home because nobody would ever deem to even consider preparing dinner themselves. Like all of these fucking loser deadbeats are sitting around because mama was either at work or out shopping or with her tennis instructor getting mudded out. And because she has not cooked dinner, there will be no dinner.
Not to cook. It's new Holly Farms oven roasted chicken. It's already cooked. Try it for the I'm late, but it's not my fault reason. Perfection. Or the
Doesn't that look delicious? I mean, seriously, that's perfection right there, especially those raw Brussels sprouts. Nothing like non-roasted, non-bacon wrapped Brussels sprouts surrounding a pre-made chicken. And are those potatoes? What are we looking at here? And what is this roughage up towards the top? Do I see snow peas at the bottom? Snow peas.
Or the I've had it with fast food reason. Yes, the best reason to serve new Holly Farms oven roasted.
Am I missing something with chicken where you serve an enormous amount of carrots? Did I miss the fucking meeting that you can get every flavor other than coffee flavored coffee? What are all these carrots doing here? Ant-Man blew my mind the other day that his white trash family dips pork chops in applesauce. If you do that, you are garbage. I don't make the rules. Did I miss a similar rule on carrots being heavily involved with your chicken parts?
Oven roasted chicken is the taste, but there's always the whoops, it's unexpected company reason.
Look at these horrific in-laws. Is this the dad in the upper right? Is that a dad, or are we dealing with the first lesbian couple to ever be featured in a commercial on television? And which one is the wife? Is the middle one a boy or a girl? The Holly Farms is way out ahead of its time. I think we're doing with a bunch of she-hims here. Him, hers. There are definitely pronouns in their online bios of these people. And is that the chick from the movie Peggy Sue in the lower left? What a horrific group of in-laws. I mean, guests used to be something we had. We didn't used to just hide behind the couch and wait for the Amazon driver to go away. But I'm not giving these people even pre-made chicken if they show up unannounced. And why do they look like they're on the way to the beach?
New Holly Farms oven roasted chicken. A delicious new reason not to cook.
All right, so that's Holly Farms chicken. Okay? That is not the commercial that's been stuck in my head for as long as we've known each other. I'm a big jingle guy. It went something like this. I think I'm in trouble again. I don't want to fool my friends. Holly Farms cooking honey, don't you see? Holly Farms, that little jingle with no resolution, like this, in the cockles. For as long as I can remember. I don't know when I saw that ad. I don't know how long that ad was out. I believe, spoiler alert, I found it. I found it today. I didn't even find it for this show. I don't even think you care. This is just so cathartic for me to dispel that I found this fucking commercial after all these years, because nobody remembers this brand. And also the name Holly Farms, I've forgotten it. I thought it was Pepperidge Farms. I thought it was Purdue Farms. You know, because the memory is so cloudy and so murky, I've conflated it and confused it for years. Carrot good, fuck the chicken. What are you talking about, Steven? It was the Brady Bunch. We always had green beans and mashed potatoes. Yeah, nobody has carrots. Sauerkraut with chicken, Bruce? That ain't my thing. So, big reveal. I wasn't fucking crazy. There was a jingle that was exactly like that. It's been rattling around in my medulla oblongata for all these years, and it was thus.
Holly Farms presents Dinah's Dilemma.
Boy, Miss Shore, you sure make good chicken. Oh, Billy.
So Dinah's Dilemma is a part of this here. And she was an actress that was in a whole bunch of shit, like some variety shows, and she was like the spokesperson for Holly Farms. And that's who this lady is, and that's who's going to do the singing here for Billy. And Billy does not appear to be her son, which makes this even more quizzical.
Holly Farms presents Dinah's Dilemma.
Boy, Miss Shore, you sure make good chicken.
Oh, Billy. I think I'm in trouble again. I don't want to fool my friends. Holly Farms cooked it, honey, don't you see? Holly Farms cooked it, not me.
New Holly Farms.
That was the piece that I didn't know. It's Holly Farms cooking, honey, don't you see? Holly Farms cooking, not me. It seals it off. The snake eats its tail, a circle of life.
Holly Farms cooked it, honey, don't you see? Holly Farms cooked it, not me.
New Holly Farms ready-to-eat oven-roasted chicken. Served hot or cold, it tastes like hers, but...
Now, what are these with these chickens? Are those carrots again? Bro, are those carrot sticks? What are those? That's not potatoes. What the fuck is Holly Farms serving with their pre-produced chicken parts? And that's a full chicken. Is that available too? We haven't seen any footage of that.
Not me.
New Holly Farms ready-to-eat oven-roasted chicken.
Their garnish game in the 80s was shit. It was shit. This presentation stinks. You're saving all this time from roasting your chicken. You can't come up with some garnishes that make sense. Nobody eats carrots with a chicken.
Chicken, served hot or cold, it tastes like...
Cold? Who the fuck's serving this cold?
Ready-to-eat oven-roasted chicken. Served hot or cold, it tastes like hers, but it's ours.
Billy, can you keep a secret?
Maybe.
Oh, Billy's about to get molested like a motherfucker. Billy's about to cut him his first slice. Oh, boy. Dina Shore had a variety. Yeah, a variety show. Yeah, I know. I know she did, John. I'm familiar with her, but I'm mostly familiar with her work in pre-produced chicken parts. I can't even tell you how fucking relieving it was to be able to get that out in the open, to be able to know that I wasn't nuts and that it was an actual ad campaign that had just been banished to the cockles. I appreciate this feeling of closure so much. Thank you, Goat. I wish you were still here. If there's one person on earth that could figure out how necessary this whole exercise was, it would be the late, great Loud Goat. May he rest in peace. I'm a big fan. He's gone now, and the rest of us have to figure out a way to get on by. I never gave my thoughts on this. I wanted to finish with this. And if you're not a sports fan, I understand you may leave. I will be back at 8 o'clock talking about shit. But
create dissension or disbelief or just disconnection on the sideline?
Not disbelief or disconnection like as a team. That is one person who just decided not to, play for his teammates. And
first of all, how dope is George Kittle's Sauron shirt? And you know what's really fucking frustrating is that if you go on Twitter right now, if you go on X and you look up Amazon Prime's X account, those dirty motherfuckers tried to make it seem like he was wearing a Rings of Power shirt. That's not a Rings of Power shirt. I gave Rings of Power about 10 minutes of my life, and I resent the shit out of that. That is not the Sauron and Rings of Power. That is a Lord of the Rings shirt. And for them to try to steal and covet and swaggerjack and culturally appropriate George Kittle's masterful wardrobe choice of upper body clothing vexes me. I'm terribly vexed.
Or disbelief or just disconnection on the sideline?
Not disbelief or disconnection like as a team. That is one person who just decided not to, play for his teammates. And I don't think.
Here's a weird thing is, should one person have to play for their teammates? Like, if I'm an athlete, who am I playing for? I am being paid to go out and perform for who? For myself and for the logo on the side of the helmet as a business, right? Like, I'm just trying to take this analytically. I think Devondre Campbell is a piece of shit. I don't think he should ever play in the fucking, and I'm just talking about as a football player, not as a person. I don't know him as a person. But George Kittle has the right to feel betrayed. But how come every time one of these guys holds out, the rest of them get together and jerk off into the ceiling fan talking about how we understand it's a business. He needs to get the money that he needs to for his family. And how come it doesn't apply there? How come it's different here? There's a lot of inconsistencies, especially at the professional level, of when you're supposed to be pulling the rope in the same direction as your teammates and when you're supposed to go out and get yours.
That doesn't make our offense look at each other and be like, wow, man, we're falling apart. It's more of a, or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision. And I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that. And I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
Do we think that it is a coincidence? And for those of you that are just tuning in, they're talking about, that's George Kittle from the San Francisco 49ers. Devondre Campbell played 13 games with them, and he informed the head coach, at the head coach's own words, that he didn't feel like playing last night when the guy that he had been playing for, Dre Greenlaw, got dinged up and he needed to go back in. It led to him leaving the fucking field of play. Now, was it as dramatic as Antonio Brown doing the thing where he's blowing the kisses and taking his shirt off? No. Was it more dramatic than Deontay Johnson, what we were talking about with Glenn earlier today? Yeah, absolutely. Because he's marching off the field and all the cameras have him and everybody can comment on it. Where does this rank with Anthony Richardson earlier this NFL season tapping out of a game and then being dumb enough to go up in front of the media and saying, I was tired, I needed to get taken out of a game? Basically admitting that his cardiovascular was not where it needed to be. And again, George Kittle said, I've never been around this in the game. I have never fucking heard any quarterback tap out of a game and say it was because they were tired. That is I've been watching football my whole life. Is that in the same zeitgeist as this? Where does this rank? Well, I think the fact that you had coach and player, superstar players, coming out and speaking so demonstratively immediately lets you know how acceptable this is. And the one thing I wanted to let Glenn say what he wanted to say, and I didn't get to go as hard as I'd wanted to because we'd already eaten up most of the time allotted for. But the one thing that I wanted to make sure I said was the 49ers are wrong here. The San Francisco 49ers are wrong here. And I don't know if there's value for this player. Seems like a pretty good player. Made some decent money in Green Bay. I think he was second on the team in tackles this year. It don't fucking matter. You can't have this. You specifically can't have it in a tenuous situation where you're going to be asking grown men to go out and continuing to play a very physical sport to their own detriment if they're injured, even though you've been eliminated from the postseason, even though the Rams just took your soul. And again, they're not technically eliminated, but it's rough after what happened last night. It's rough. How do I go out then and tell the rest of those 51 other dudes, this guy can tap out, but I need you guys to go out there and continue to blow up your knees and get the hip pointers and the plantar fasciitis and wear the stupid pillow turbans and all the other bullshit that goes along. And look, they're handsomely compensated. They know what they signed up for. There's a warning on the side of the pack of the cigarettes. I am not a fucking big government crazy. I'm more of a libertarian. If you put a warning on the side of the shit and people know, go with God. God bless. You have freedom, and you have freedom to go out there and smoke yourself to death if you like. I'm not for banning big sodas. But how does anyone in that locker room look now to leadership and say, why is this guy still here? Why is he still a part of this organization? There are allegations that he punched someone in a bar, and let's let due process pan its way out. We don't know what happened. We weren't there. Law enforcement is still invested. No, they were all there. I don't want to get over dramatic, but you're talking about betraying a sacred trust. And I'm sorry, it's different for a real sport like football. Golf is a diversion. Tennis is a diversion. Baseball's a diversion. Basketball's a diversion. If you're getting fucked up, that's a sport. Hockey is a sport. Boxing is a sport. Mixed martial arts. Football. I'm not even saying it's good or bad. I'm saying it is what it is. I'm saying getting physically fucked up and knowing that you're going to go out there and you're going to physically fuck up another human being and they will do the same to you, and know that a guy can be trying his ass off on your side of the field. He could still roll up on you and end your fucking career. I mean, you just can't compare it to what, Draymond Green goes through. It's different. And I think it requires a different type of person. I think it requires a different type of trust. And there can't be any of that trust. I don't want to go in because of what? Is it something personal? Did you have a loss? There was a player on the San Francisco 49ers whose kid died. The player that he was going in for had a terrible injury that they had just come back for a year later that evening. What is it? And if it is something awful, something happened to my wife, something happened to my mom, my house got broken into like Joe Burrow, what the fuck are you out there in your pads then? To go out there in your pads, get in your feelings, presumably, and say, no, I'm not going out there because the guy that I was, what in the fuck? You are there to spell that dude. That is your role. That is why we signed you. No. The fifth generation fighters, Maverick shouldn't get to fly that plane. I want to fly that plane. No. You're there to keep the plane warm for when Maverick wants to show up. Motherfucker. Tom Wilson took a puck to the face and kept like, right. You got nothing but tough guys. You think all of those players haven't played with injuries, played with broken bones, played with heartache? The story of Brett Favre going in the day after his pops dies. All those guys have been through that shit. Missing births, It's just a different level of brotherhood. It's a different level. And it's not the same. It's not Band of Brothers shit. It's not war shit. It's not life or death shit. But it's whatever the next level down is. It's as close as we got. It's our version of the Roman Coliseum. So that's why that guy's got to go. And that's why the 49ers are wrong. I mean, unless I just missed it, unless it just happened, he's still on the team. And a suspension ain't enough, in my opinion. A deactivation isn't enough, in my opinion. Outright release. And I don't give a fuck if there's copycats say, oh, I want off this team, so that means I just won't go out there and they'll release me too. We'll cross that Rubicon when we get there. So the 49ers are wrong here too. I know the Ronnie Lott story. Jorge. Thank you guys so much for listening to Chad Dukes versus the World. If you haven't, please consider subscribing to the Chad Dukes Show. You can go to ChadDukesShow.com. Yes, it costs money. Yes, I believe it's worth it. You can ask my listeners. You can ask my sponsors. I think I'm better than Netflix. Go fuck yourself. Clip it. Clip it! Clip it! I offer a dead style of entertainment. It don't exist no more. I'm Sanskrit. I cost less than a Five Guys cheeseburger a month. Get fucked if you think it's too expensive. Hit the like button. The shirts are going to come down at the end of the show, so if you want to get one of the Chad Dukes Show Christmas shirts, you need to do it right now. Link at the top of the chat. Scan the UPC. Hit the thing in the bio. What the fuck ever. I'll be back at 8 o'clock for Solid Dudes. I want to thank my guests. I want to thank Gigantor, did an hour with me today. Coach G did an hour with me today. Loud Goat, Bill Rowland, and of course, the great Josh Roca. If you want to do a podcast, if you want to do this, if you're already doing this and you want to do it better, get it, Josh. Josh, how do they get at you? What is the website again?
The podcasterswarehouse.com.
Is it the Podcasters Warehouse?
Yes.
The podcasterswarehouse.com.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Man's a fucking mensch. If Mike O'Meara and Chad Dukes both trust him, then you should fucking trust him too. Two guys that are too good for the industry that told them to pound sand. Yeah, find Josh Soroka and let him know that, well, he's right here. I love him in that way. I hope you're listening, Josh. Touch you where the bathing suit covers. All right, Solid Dudes in a couple hours. Ciao, ciao. You're the best thing on the radio. Love you free. Love you.